Before we begin, are we Zooming? We are, or on YouTube. Thank you, Andy. I appreciate that. So we are live. The Greater Victoria School District wishes to recognize and acknowledge the Songhees and Esquimalt nations upon whose traditional territories we live, we learn, and we do our work. And as always, I ask all of you or invite you to reflect on your connection to these lands, and certainly as it relates to our work here in public education, our special responsibility to the Indigenous people on these lands, and especially to the children. It's quite a dark legacy of education, and so it's so important for us to make sure that we are really striving to right the wrongs of colonization. And it's good, I think, for us to all take the opportunity to reflect on that as we begin our work tonight. And certainly as trustees, I know we carry this special responsibility close to our hearts. So it is with gratitude that I acknowledge these lands. I want to invite welcome all of our guests. And we've got quite a few presenters here tonight. Zoom is just not the easiest, and so I'm going to do my very best, and we'll just go slow, and I'll thank you in advance for your grace if it's a little choppy. We just do our very best. And I also want to note that dealing with budget and everything's really heated and heavy, and so I just want to invite everybody to try and keep ourselves centered and in our bodies, and so that we can have a productive meeting. And I'm so excited to hear from all of you, and I know all the trustees are. So without further ado, I'd like to ask for a mover that we adopt the agenda. Trustee Tom Ferris, Trustee Leonard, Trustee McNally, do you have an addition?
I do, thank you, Chair. I would like to add at C2B a very short report about the Indigenous Nations Education Council.
Sure.
And I'd like to add a notice of motion either now or when we get there.
We'll do it when we get there so you can read it out in full at that time. But I want to thank you in advance for having sent that along, so we do have it and we're all ready. So the changes there are adding a trustee presentation at C2B, and then an item under notice of motion, which is at the end of our agenda at H2. Are there any other additions? Seeing none. All those in favor of the agenda as amended? And that looks to be unanimous. Takes me a while to get all my trustees in a row here. So if I miscall a vote, please let me know. That looked unanimous. So now we'll move on to approval of the minutes for March 29th and April 13th. Trustee Leonard, moving approval. Do we have a seconder? Thank you. Trustee Ferris. Are there any changes that need to be made? Seeing none.
Pardon me, Chair. I do have an amendment. It's Trustee Duncan.
Please share it. Everybody's on different screens. I got to drag everybody around. And I want to thank in advance our Secretary Treasurer who's going to help me with the speakers list tonight. Trustee Duncan, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just an amendment to the minutes at A2 and throughout C, where it refers to the 1st of March 2021 letter to the board from Songhees Nation Chief and Council. It's actually the 4th of March 2021. So I just wanted to move that as an amendment, please.
Hey, Secretary Treasurer, did you catch that?
Just point of clarification, are we referring to the March 29th motion meetings? Sorry.
Trustee Duncan indicates yes.
Thank you.
Secretary Treasurer, you've got that? Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Trustee Ryan Painter. Okay, all those in favor of the amendment? That's unanimous. So we're back to the 2 sets of minutes. Seeing no other changes, I'll call the question. All those in favor of adopting the minutes, approving the minutes? And that's looking to be unanimous as well. Thank you very much, trustees. Any business arising from the minutes? Trustee Duncan and then Whitaker.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just under C12 of the 29th of March minutes, I wondered if we could get an update through the chair to the superintendent regarding progress seeking clarification about Songhee's chief and council's permission to add the letter from the 4th of March 2021 to our agenda under correspondence.
Superintendent Green. Shelley, are you there?
Sorry, me too. I didn't realize I was muted. Apologies. We have reached out, but we have not received a reply from Songhee's in regards to that question.
Okay, thank you for inquiring. Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, I wondered whether or not we could get some clarification on that, because my understanding was that Trustee McNally did receive a communication that indicated that adding it to the pack-up would be okay. And so I wondered if we could get some clarification and maybe invite the two to communicate around that.
Superintendent?
Perhaps Trustee McNally would like to articulate who she was speaking to, and that would be helpful to me.
Yes, certainly. I was in contact with Joy Charlson, the secretary to the chief and council, and she indicated that she would check in with chief and council to see if they would give their approval to have the letter published in our correspondence, as they had previously indicated that they didn't want it to go public. I received a letter from Joy Charlson saying that yes, chief and council had indicated that it was fine to publish the letter in our correspondence.
So perhaps it would be appropriate for you to share that with myself and the superintendent and secretary treasurer, so that we have that information as we prepare our agendas and minutes. That would be helpful. Could you do that, Trustee McNally?
I'm sorry, do what?
If you're communicating with them on behalf of the board to seek permission.
On behalf of myself.
Okay, if there's information around this that you could share with us, that would be helpful, because
certainly. Are we able to share that letter tonight?
I would not personally feel comfortable without having express written permission.
Well, I do have express written permission. If I can find it, may I read it when we come to correspondence, unless another trustee would like to read
it? Superintendent?
Trustee McNally, I certainly appreciate that you're having, as a trustee, a conversation with the Songhees Nations, and absolutely we would appreciate you as sharing that with the rest of us, so we could have an opportunity to see what conversation and correspondence. I'm hoping that it has an opportunity to perhaps go to the Indigenous committee, because I think that's where a lot of our correspondence and communication is going. So perhaps sharing it through that committee and bringing it back to the board in a formal capacity would be a wise thing to do.
I think I should just read it out right here, Superintendent, under correspondence, since I have permission.
Thank you very much, Trustee McNally, but unless it's correspondence to the board, it doesn't belong on board correspondence. And so if it is correspondence that's indicating, you know, information the board needs in terms of preparing our correspondence, and you need to forward that through the the appropriate channel so that we can address it appropriately. You
So
may
Songhees
certainly make a
Nation-
motion if you like.
The Songhees Nation giving me permission to add their letter to the correspondence on this agenda is not good enough.
I don't know what you have. So I'm just saying the appropriate process for correspondence would be to send that through. I don't know how other trustees are feeling. I just want to be, you know, very careful and respectful.
We can include it on the next agenda then. Thank you.
Absolutely, but
Absolutely.
just that it's challenging because you have information that the other 8 trustees don't have, or at least some of us.
Okay. From the Songhees Nation and Council.
Trustee Ryan Painter?
No, I think it's been managed. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So any other business arising from the minutes? Seeing none, we got to the pleasure of welcoming, it's José Paris, right? I hope I didn't over Frenchify it. I did ask.
You did a really good job. Wow, I'm impressed.
Merci, bienvenue.
Good evening, everyone. Wow, I'm nervous, even though it's on Zoom. It's
Oh,
been
take
a
a
long
deep
time since I've
breath.
not been nervous like that.
Well,
good evening.
We're excited to hear from you on behalf of Macaulay School. So take a deep breath and take your time. We're so glad to have you.
Thank you. Yeah, so I am José Paris, and I'm the proud principal of École Macaulay. And I have a couple of members of my team with me tonight. So I have the pleasure to introduce Suzanne Wicken, our vice principal, and also Katrinka Karps, one of our superstars teachers, who's going to present as well later after me. I would like to thank you all for this great opportunity to talk about Macaulay to a board meeting. It is greatly appreciated. Tonight, I'm going to talk briefly. It's hard because the time is limited, but I'm going to talk briefly about Macaulay and our school goals. And afterwards, Katrinka will talk about a great opportunity that she's providing not only for us or our students, but our staff as well at Macaulay. For those who are not familiar with Macaulay, Macaulay is a dual track school with a strong start program located in Esquimalt. We have about 485 students. It's a great community, lots to say, but I will say that the 2 greatest strengths of Macaulay is a very tight-knit community with lots of parents and also grandparents involvement, and my staff, very dedicated staff who will go above and beyond to support our students. At Macaulay, we are currently working on 2 school goals. And what we did to determine those goals is really looking at when we do class screening is we use a very visual model with the triangle for those who are not familiar with that, tier 1, 2, 3 students, to see where are our students and what are the areas that they need support with. And it was quite evident with that visual representation that our students needs support, especially in 2 areas. The first one is reading. So one of our goals is to improve reading by increasing the number of students at each grade level who are meeting or exceeding expectations. So as a team, the entire school community is devoted to target that goal. So all the learning supports and teachers and EAs, we are looking at an early intervention model. So we are supporting all our grade 1s in all classes. And we have a mix of push in, push out model depending on the needs. And we are also providing supports to all our students in grade 2 to 5 who are not yet meeting expectations in reading. And towards the end of the school year, we also incorporate our kindergartners so they can get ready for grade 1. So I don't know, do I have the possibility to share my screen?
I was going to say you should be able to, Andy.
Okay, thank you. So I will share some data with you that we have collected. I arrived at Macaulay at 2018. So we have collected some reading levels. So what we do for that is we frequently, 3 times a year, we test the kids in reading to see where they are at and if they are improving and so forth, to tweak our support and also identify students who need support. So let's look at that. Everybody can see it? Okay, so so first of all, we look at the number of students who are not yet meeting expectation. And if you look at December 2019, we had 64 students overall over our entire population, which is about 14%. We had a little bit of an increase of the number of those students that we mainly attribute to COVID, because when COVID hit, most of the students stayed home. And as you know, it impacted all our learners, but specifically some vulnerable learners who need the most support. But the good thing is those numbers are going back down again, which is a very good sign. And then if we look at the number of students, level 3 and 4 at the bottom, which means students who are either meeting or exceeding expectation, this has been growing despite of COVID. So we're going from 32% to 38 to 47, which is very encouraging for Macaulay. Our vice principal nicely put those in a pie chart. So what we want to see for those people who are visual is really, we want the yellow to grow, so the number of kids meeting and exceeding, and the red to diminish, so our number of students who are not yet meeting expectations. And if we see the trend, yellow is always increasing, red is a bit increasing there because we think mostly due to COVID last year, and then we're back on track here with students who are more students reading at level. So we are very proud of our successes, and it's and something that we revisit, and we have Pro-D opportunities, and we tweak as we need to best support our learner. Our second goal at Macaulay is to develop positive student behaviors through the school-wide use of the second step program. And we have all sorts of kind of initiatives at the school to promote that. We have like catch a kid coupons when we catch a kid who's doing something that we find responsible, or we want to promote good behavior. We also have a team that we call Macaulay 10, who meet on a regular basis to provide activities and support for our team. And we have different activities, and we also are looking at a more proactive approach. I found that instead of being reactive to behavior, we tried as much as possible to look at the root cause of behavior and meet as a team and develop extensive support plan to make sure that we meet the needs of those kids, and we tweak those plans on a constant basis. And we found that as a result, our number of incidents, I can refer to what we called office referral, have diminished 6 times since I arrived at Macaulay. So it's attributed to a fantastic teamwork. Everybody's on board, and also looking at being proactive, doing some planning, and also tweaking the way we do things and our rules at Macaulay to make sure that we provide all the opportunities for students to grow in their social emotional learning. Our next step at Macaulay will be to get some student feedback. So we met as a team at the last staff meeting, and all teachers are looking into asking 4 questions. We call them the 4 key questions that matter, and to ask kids, students, for instance, if they can name 2 adults at the school who believe in them, and also question about how they feel about their learning, how they are doing, and also what's the next step for them. And we will share our thoughts and look at what are the big themes at the next staff meeting, and a part of our next Prody Day in May will be dedicated to that as well. How can we use our student input to better influence our practice at Macaulay? So those are the main things about Macaulay. I could talk about it for a long time, but I try to be brief. One of the things that makes a huge difference at Macaulay, again, is our staff, as I said before. And I would like, I asked Katrinka Karps, a fantastic teacher, to share with you one of the initiatives that she's providing for not only our students at Macaulay, but also our staff, as she is a mentor for many staff members. And she is doing a fantastic walk in nature, hands-on, multidisciplinary activity, which incorporate Aboriginal studies, social studies, science, gardening, art, and health education, all at the same time. And it's really by educators and staff who are thinking outside the box that we make a difference at Macaulay. So Katrinka, this is your turn. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Katrinka. As she said, I've been teaching in the district now for 19 years, and I've been at Macaulay for 11 of those years. And can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes? No?
Yeah, it looks
like
good.
you're sharing
Yes?
it.
Okay, great.
There's nothing
Thank you.
there yet, but
Oh, it's nothing up? It's on mine. So you cannot see anything? Okay, I'm gonna stop share and see.
try once more.
I'll try one more time. Okay.
Yes.
Can you see that?
Got it. You sure can.
Okay, great. Okay, perfect, thank you. I'm gonna move quickly because this slideshow is not 5 minutes long. Can you still see it? Great. So nature walks. Yeah, I really believe in having cross-curricular nature walks. When I came to Macaulay, nobody was walking at my school. I taught 6 years of kindergarten there first, and I managed to get all 4 kindergartens out walking to different destinations. They still do that. And now I've moved to grade 3. I've been teaching grade 3 at Macaulay for 6 years as well, and or 5, and this is my 6th. And I really believe in getting kids outside as much as possible. And normally not in COVID, I take the whole grade 3 team. And that means sometimes a 2-3 or a 3-4 as well. But all the grade 3s come with me. And this is the first berry I teach them about. And I teach them about this one because it's like nature's Purell. And it's really cool because the First Nations used to use this because they believed it was killing evil spirits, but really it was cleaning themselves. And they would use this before their ceremonies, and they would use this before they went into their own longhouses, and they would crush them and clean, and they would have a ritual of cleaning their face and everything with these crushed berries. And they believe it was killing the evil spirits, but really they were killing any chance of disease and sharing that disease with their family members, maybe after hunting or coming back. And I love it because you teach kids about that, because when I was a kid, you were told not to touch the white berries. The white berries are poisonous. And so immediately I teach them, yes, don't eat them, but actually we can sanitize our hands with them and use them. And then we use these berries from September right through until about February, when they start to drop off the bush and start to create new flowers for the whole cycle again. And we can have these berries clean our hands before we try food. Another thing I first teach is the rose tips, because it's a good fall one. I teach them what you can and cannot eat. And this is us down at Macaulay Point. We also do things like collect rocks at the beach and then paint them for Remembrance Day. We brought these to the Centennial Park in Esquimalt. And when we got there, my kids were learning Flanders Fields for an assembly. And they're like, Mrs. K, can we say our poem here? And I'm like, okay. And so they impromptu stood up and said, in Flanders Fields. And if you look in the background, you can see there is like a construction vest there. That was Esquimalt Parks talking about setting up for the actual memorial ceremony, and there were veterans at the park for that meeting. So they got to hear the kids, and I didn't even plan this. It was just a luck. And we left our poppy rocks and notes to the veterans on the Sentinel. And moving on, a lot of people don't realize you can eat fuchsia berries. They're full of great many things, and they are tasty, and we can eat those as late as November in Victoria. My favorite nature artist is Andy Goldsworthy. This is some of his art, and it inspired the kids to go out and collect their own stuff and create all these beautiful art projects, which you're seeing here. They do amazing things, and every year they're super excited. We had to bring our leaves back this time and go under this tiny little covered area because it was pouring rain, but they didn't mind. And it sure just made beautiful art because it was all shiny from the rain. And so we worked under that little overhang that you see, because we try and go out rain or shine. Here is us walking to Cradle and Coffin Island along the Songhees Walkway. It's really cool that we can go to these islands, and I can talk about how there was a protest there in the 80s to stop people from building a bridge out to the rocks. We can talk about the fact that children weren't named until they were 2 because it was just so cold and so hard on the West Coast. And so there was a naming ceremony at the Cradle Island. We can talk about how the Songhees used to bury their people in coffins on top of the island, open to the air. And to this day, mudlarkers find the treasures that they were buried with in the bay. So it's pretty cool that we have that opportunity to just walk there. And you can see I'm getting very dramatic in my talk in the pictures. But another thing we collect in the early spring is miner's lettuce, and it's so tasty and full of lots of great vitamins you can see there. And the kids have the opportunity to always try a leaf of it, and if they want, and harvest it. So that was pretty cool. This is actually out of order, but this is the strawberry tree, and we eat this in November, and we find this at Sax Point, and it's delicious and tastes like bananas, kind of lemons and bananas mixed together. So it's very, very tasty. We always go and collect seaweed at Macaulay Point. We chop up the kelp and bring it back to our vegetable garden and learn about the minerals that it's providing and about amending the soil. So this is us collecting the seaweed there at the point. Another walk that we did just recently was eating chickweed, and I couldn't believe the amount of vitamins in it, which was really cool for the kids. And so we were picking it and eating it, and and you know, it's amazing. Almost everybody tries it. At least if they don't like it, they don't like it, but they're amazing that they'll try it. Here's us amending the soil with that seaweed and also weeding. And we also got a donation of sea soil from, and so we're also amending our garden at the school with the sea soil. There was a lot of baby plants planted, so we had to do it handful by handful. Well, what greater thing to do with 23 kids is get that dirty, but anyway, so that was good. Recently we went to the Garry and learned about Garry Oak ecosystems and about the bag guise of the gray squirrel and about the broom coming in and taking over the camas area. So here's the kids pulling out the baby brooms and breaking off branches of it, and a couple kids. It was April, that heat wave that we had recently, and so a couple kids are hiding in the shade of the big oak that after they worked hard. So it was quite a beautiful afternoon. And here is us up at the top of High Rock Park, learning about camas and about how the First Nations used to farm it. And we also talked about how there was no broom in the park, and how that year after year, Macaulay kids actually come to this park and pull out that broom through a Squamish initiative, or Squamish Parks initiative. And so it was really cool to say, look, these are Gary Oak Meadows without broom, because people have been working hard to protect the camas and the ecosystems here. And I am done. So I hope that wasn't too long. Thank you for having me. It is a whole year program, and I was just asked to put these slides together. So unfortunately, you're just got September to April, and that's because May hasn't happened yet, and it continues on with the things that we do.
Well, thank you for sharing, Katrinka, and this is it for Macaulay. I hope you get a sense of who we are, and we'll be happy to welcome you anytime at our school. And if you have any questions for us, please do not hesitate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What a great presentation. Love to see all the wonderful things that you're doing at Macaulay. I'm always surprised at how much work our students do across the district in removing invasive species, and how it really does make a difference in the ecosystems that surround our schools. So thank you so much for doing that in Esquimalt. Trustee Rob Painter.
Thank you, Chair. Principal Perry, I was wondering about your approach to reading, and when evaluating the students, is there any particular approach you take to sort of assessing where their reading levels are at? Are you using any particular test or evaluation or book?
Yes, we are using what we call PH benchmark, which is in French the equivalent of GB+. So we are, all the teachers receive training. If they have not received training about that, we also receive a Pro-D opportunity. So we're all evaluating using the same tool to be all on the same page. Mm-hmm. So it's basically looking at the books are all leveled, and it's looking at having students read different books at different levels and assessing at which level they belong. And this is how we gauge if they are progressing or not.
Were there any other comments or questions? Trustee Rob Painter?
Sorry, there's so many questions I could ask, but mindful. I was just wondering, has Macaulay had the opportunity to go through the same school-wide literacy training that a couple of our other schools had, or is this an initiative that has grown organically?
It's an initiative that's gone organically for us, and we have less now, but before COVID we had lots of teachers who were also collaborating and doing reading levels all together. But it is really something that we saw as a need to Macaulay, and how can what can we do as a school to support our students?
Thank you so much for making time to come and share Macaulay with us, and thank you for all the good work that you're doing there on behalf of your students.
Thank you. Our pleasure. Have a great continuation of your meeting.
Thank you so much. Next up, we're moving on to our community presentations. Under A7A, we've got the GVTA Mentorship Program Committee presentation, and I'm not sure who is actually delivering that presentation. Heidi, wonderful. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here, and I'll just pass it over to you. You have 5 minutes, and I hate to interrupt, but I will do a little, you're getting to the end of your time there.
No worries, Jordan. We did practice and we got it down to 5 minutes flat. So
Yeah,
Lena and I are going to be presenting, and Lena's going to be sharing the screen here. So welcome and thank you for having us here. I'm Heidi Fowler, one of the co-facilitators for this year's mentorship program.
And I'm Lena Palermo, and I'm thrilled to be here presenting for the mentorship program. I was actually a mentor teacher for 3 years, and then now this year have taken over with Heidi to co-facilitate and coordinate.
So this is just a quick overview of some of the stats of how the program has looked over the past few years. You can see the number of mentor teachers and mentee teachers in the district. And geographically, we touch upon all the different schools around the district. And you can see in the box there, the wide variety of subject levels and grade levels that our mentors come bringing to the table.
So mentorship is proven to build professional capacity and supports the foundation for innovation in teachers, and that directly benefits student achievement. So it's also been shown to increase recruitment and retention in teachers, which gives students consistency and supports their well-being. So here you can see how the mentorship data aligns with our own SD61 mission, visions, and goals.
And this is showing why to continue to invest in a mentorship program, because of course mentorship happens informally in schools, the side chats and the more senior teachers helping the newer teachers. But when there's a dedicated mentorship program in the district, then the learning just grows exponentially.
The effect on student learning is remarkable. So you can see here in the gray lines, this would be teachers with traditional support. So that would be like sharing unit plans or casual collaboration. Whereas the teachers that have the formal mentor, work with a mentor that has formal training, gets in 2 to 4 months of additional extra learning in language arts. So that's about 30%. And on the math side, it's about 50%, 2 to 5 months of additional learning.
So who benefits from a mentorship program? Well, as you can see here, really everyone in the district does. And we're going to focus on our students here. Like Lena mentioned, when the students have a teacher who's been part of a mentorship program, that it can add 2 to 4 months of additional learning for those students.
To increase growth and value in our program, Heidi and I have connected with other districts through Mentor Teachers BC, and we've also reached out to senior leaders to better understand why they support mentorship. So we approached Jordan Tinney because he's actually a past principal of mine, but also because Surrey has such a strong mentorship program. And you can see here that he is talking about creating connection, a network of support, and a kind and caring ear. And in our own district, Superintendent Shelley Green shared with our current mentors how much we value this work and how important it is to have these wonderful mentorship opportunities in SD61.
So don't just take our word for it. We've got 2 short videos, one from our mentor and one from a mentee in our current year's program.
My name is Karen Fallon, and I'm a grade 4-5 teacher at Marigold Elementary, and this is my first year as a mentor in the mentorship program. I have 2 mentees that are TOCs in our district, and I guess I've been blown away by the amount of learning that I have done in this process, just by having the mentees come into my classroom and time that we've been able to plan together. I have learned from them new ideas that I can then bring into my classroom, like an awesome art project that I did recently. And that was thanks to my mentee for sharing his ideas with me. So I've been very fortunate to be a part of this program this year, and I'm hoping that I will get an opportunity again.
I'm Ashley Feinberg. I'm a new teacher in the district this year, and I joined the mentorship program as a way to get extra support to navigate the early stages of my career. So far, I found it's been an invaluable resource. And my mentor has been wonderful. He fields all of my questions, big or small, and he's introduced me to a lot of his colleagues who've just given me a wealth of information to go on. The meetings themselves are great too. We connect with colleagues that we might not otherwise meet and get to share lots of ideas and questions. Lena and Heidi have done an excellent job, and I'm really hoping to be a part of this in the future.
My name is Karen Fallon, and I'm a grade
And
4.
we didn't pay Ashley to say that about us.
We really didn't. So we can all probably look back in our careers and think of at least one person who was there at the beginning to connect, support, give confidence, and place value on our work. For some of us, without those special people, we might not have carried on as teachers. So we want to leave you today with this quote. Sorry, I'm just going to move over so you can see that. At times, our own light goes out and is rekindled by a spark from another person. Each of us has cause to think with deep gratitude of those who have lighted the flame within us. And we just want to thank, this actually it's collaborative between the school board, between SD61 and the GVTA. And we want to thank you for your support in this. It's been very valued.
Yeah, very valuable. And these are some of the shining faces of our mentors this year, which we've been doing, of course, all via Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for persevering in the face of Zoom land and all of that. And I really appreciate reflecting how the mentors gain so much from it too. It's true, learning goes in all directions. Trustee McNally.
Thank you. Yes, what a wonderful presentation and a great opportunity for teachers to be able to access that help. Do we as a district provide any mentorship opportunities for our EAs? And as part of this question, is this teacher mentorship partially funded by the district? I know the BCTF has a mentorship program, but I'm just not really clear on how our wonderful program that we just saw works. And then back to EAs. Do we have something for EAs?
Superintendent Green,
Yeah,
can you help us?
So as trustees will remember that a couple of years ago, as you saw in the beginning part of the graph, this was a joint endeavor that we were putting money into mentorship and organizing as a starting place. This last year, of course, the ministry has put in a huge amount actually for the mentorship program, which is still there and still being used a little at a time. COVID makes everything just that much harder to do. But the team has done an exceptional job at linking out and providing mentorship opportunities. So well done, thoroughly enjoyed reviewing that. That was fantastic. And for EAs, of course, we have not so much a formal mentorship program as this, but you've heard about the training programs and the supports for EAs, but no, they don't have a formal mentorship program such as this.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you again for your presentation. Next up, I'll welcome Dr. Robert Oppenheimer. Forgive me if I mispronounce that. Mr. Oppenheimer, are you here?
Yep, I'm here. I hope you can see me. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I want to thank Vicki Hanley and the board for the opportunity to speak this evening and to acknowledge the challenging position in which the COVID crisis has put both the trustees and the district administration. I'm aware that due to COVID costs and revenue losses, the trustees are faced with difficult choices in order to balance the district budget. I understand that historically, BC has spent significantly less per student than the average of other provinces, which in my view makes a proactive response from the province to help districts mitigate this funding crisis even more critical. I'm here tonight wearing several hats. I am a SD61 parent and also a retired clinical psychologist with many years of experience working in school settings. I offered student counseling in groups while also working alongside teachers running classroom life skills programs focused on preventing substance abuse and violence, teaching conflict resolution, and offering tools for successful high school graduation. I'm also a member of Greater Victoria Acting Together, or GVAT, a network of 33 local organizations such as churches, trade unions, and NGOs with 75,000 members on the South Island. Our families are deeply troubled by the cuts in school board budgets and support the trade unions in their efforts to protect the jobs of school staff. We are especially concerned about overcoming gaps in school achievement for Indigenous students and supporting the teaching of Indigenous languages. I am an advocate for primary prevention as a model for mental health programming in schools. Such programs cost a nickel on the dollar in saving future healthcare costs and ensuring students have the opportunity to become productive members of society. I view the cuts to district staff positions such as child and youth family counselors, educational assistants, and music teachers as highly detrimental to student welfare. The loss of these staff now is particularly critical given the impact of the pandemic on students' mental health and their higher levels of anxiety. I'm concerned about students returning to school and finding that some of the reassuring and familiar faces of staff they have come to know and trust are gone, especially for more vulnerable students. Counseling staff can save student lives in preventing suicide and opioid deaths at a time that these problems are increasing significantly, which we know is a problem with social isolation during COVID. Because counseling positions are funded in several different ways in the budget, cuts in these important roles may not be as visible to parents. In regard to the severe cuts to 5th through 8th grade music programs, music teachers are very clear that the critical age for mastering initial instruments ends at 10. Hence the importance of the 5th grade strings program. Once this key window is passed, the lost learning cannot simply be delayed by 3 or 4 years. The science of brain development is not something you can ignore. How do you explain to a 10-year-old why his older sibs got a music program he is looking forward to, but he won't? Or to a struggling 2nd grader who will no longer be able to get the help they need from a reading recovery teacher in order to become a successful reader. This in turn means that she would be able to succeed in her future studies with such help. This is another key developmental moment that can too easily be lost, with serious consequences for a student's future studies and self-esteem. I encourage parents to reach out to the Department of Education and their MLA to make a case for increased provincial aid to districts to get us through this crisis. The rules on provincial funding to districts can be very confusing, to say the least. But my understanding is they are mainly dependent on the previous year's head count and a recount in the fall, which this year, because during the COVID emergency, with so many students temporarily in homeschooling and distant education, are going to result in much lower funding than, for example, if we went back a year to look at student numbers, which hopefully are going to bounce back in the fall, but without the money there for the teachers they'll need. I believe this method of funding needs to be suspended, along with the district balanced budget ruling. Barring such help, I think the districts are left with only bad choices. And as I said earlier, I respect the difficulty of being on a school board right now. I wouldn't want the job. In conclusion, now is the time to invest in public education. Each child only gets one childhood, and we're only just beginning to understand the significant and serious impact on students' mental health of living through COVID. I have 2 quick questions for the staff. I would like to know the total operating budgets in the current budget for 21-22 in the current year and in the previous 2 years. I'd like those totals put up on the board website so we can all understand what the impact of these administrative rules have on the available funding going forward. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Oppenheimer, for your, you covered a lot of territory there, and I really appreciate you putting so much thought into this and to sharing your perspective with us. And certainly your point well taken around the numbers, and we can certainly fold that into our FAQ, which is the frequently asked questions, which is under the financials tab on the website. Next up, it's my pleasure to welcome Paula Marchesi. I feel like I've mispronounced Marchesi. I apologize, Paula.
No,
Thank you so much for being here. And you have 5 minutes. Please take it away.
Okay, good evening, trustees, Superintendent Green, board partners, school families, and members of our community. I am Paula, and I am a parent at Oak Bay High School, but my child has been in the district since kindergarten. My child has benefited from many of the programs and initiatives that are in this budget slated for reduction and cuts. I firmly believe that this budget will severely impact many students in our district. It is not an equitable budget. It targets vulnerable students, and it does not line up with our district's strategic plan, which clearly states as its vision, and I quote, "Each student within our world-class learning community has an opportunity to fulfill their potential and pursue their aspirations." I stand before you to share how crucial full-time EAs were to my child when she was in elementary school. She was diagnosed with a severe mental health disorder, and full-time EAs named Marion and Sharon were so instrumental to her success. I am proud to say that now in high school, she is a straight A student. This is so much due to EA and teacher involvement and support. So when I hear, as was said at the last school board meeting, and I am paraphrasing, that perhaps EAs are spending too much time with children, that makes my blood boil. Designations, IEPs, learning disabilities, all of these things have been part of my child's journey in public school. I am here to advocate for all of the kids who are what I call the square pegs in the round holes, those whose learning journeys are challenging and filled with obstacles. I am here to represent the students and families who depend upon full-time EAs, who depend upon reading recovery, and who depend upon the food program. Cuts to counseling, particularly at a time when our adolescents and teenagers have lost so much in this pandemic and are dealing with physical and social isolation, are particularly cruel. I fail to see how this budget will not impact the strategic plan whose goals clearly state, we want to create an inclusive and culturally responsive learning environment that will support and improve all learners' personal and academic success, and that will support all learners' physical and mental well-being. A big part of my child's learning journey has also been instrumental music, both elementary strings and band in middle school and high school. The benefits of music education, how they improve children's academic performance, ability to focus, and strengthen their emotional and social connections has been well documented. You have already heard many affecting personal stories about music through letters and personal presentations. I will only add that music has given my child a voice. It creates self-esteem, has given her a sense of purpose, a place to belong, and a deep sense of achievement. For all students, these are so important, but for those struggling with mental health challenges, they are a lifeline. I do understand the importance of a balanced budget. However, it is not fair to give trustees this budget with the expectation that they must pass it or be in defiance of the School Act. With so much writing on this proposal, including cuts that so directly affect students in the classroom, our trustees deserve and need more options than they have been given. This morning, Education Minister Jennifer Whiteside spoke on CBC and stated that districts, including SD61, are being given additional money, an increase of 6% this year from the province. In addition, Minister Whiteside said that she felt there was a very good chance that SD61 would have a surplus budget and that it would be an option for our district to pay down our deficit over several years. If that is the case, why are we targeting vulnerable students with this budget? Minister Whiteside has offered assistance to our district during the budgeting process to prevent such damaging cuts. Will we be accepting the ministry's help? Trustees, you hold the power of our children in your hands. The future success of students depends on the things you are being asked to cut or reduce to pass this year's budget. As parents, we will hold the trustees accountable for their votes. We will remember this vote, and we will not vote for trustees who vote yes on this package to decimate music programs and supports for vulnerable students in the district. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Marchese, for your passionate speech tonight. We really appreciate it. In terms of your questions around the minister, the board looks forward to hearing what support they have to offer, certainly.
Thank you.
Next up, Shari Worsfold on reading recovery. Shari, am I pronouncing it right? Please correct me if I'm not. Shari, you're on mute. So Sherry, I apologize. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. We look forward to hearing what you have to share with us about reading recovery.
Okay, thank you. I did send in a PowerPoint, but if you didn't get the link, then I'm prepared to just use my speaking notes.
Well, Sherry, I can load that up if that's easy for you, and I can share my screen.
Okay.
1 second, I'll
much.
put that online now.
Thank you.
Okay, bear with me. And if you let me know when you'd like to slide forward, please.
How about my thumb? Okay, go ahead. So thank you, Chair Jordan Waters, for the opportunity to speak about reading recovery. I know we've spoken to the board in the past, and so I won't repeat myself. I just want to say, as you know, reading recovery is a short-term early intervention designed to support those children who don't or can't learn from classroom instruction, or in some cases, even published programs delivered in small or large groups. Most of the children who enter reading recovery are not learning disabled in grade 1, but can learn to become learning disabled if intervention is not available to address their idiosyncratic needs early in their education. Reading recovery teachers have time, expertise, and a wide network of support to help them untangle the confusions, misunderstandings, and/or fears that impede these children's progress. Thank you. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah. Next one. Yes, thank you. So in the US, an independent research body unrelated to reading recovery called What Works Clearinghouse completed a study of over 200 literacy programs. Reading recovery ranked highest on research evidence of effectiveness. Unlike other programs in this study, reading recovery earned positive effects in 4 categories: alphabetics, which includes phonics and phonemic awareness, comprehension, reading achievement, and reading fluency. Can you flip the next slide, please? Okay. Another study involving almost 7,000 children in over 1,200 schools in the States reaffirmed the findings of reading recovery's immediate impact on student literacy achievement. The research and the evidence is there. Next slide. In this budget process, we have heard about the expense of reading recovery in the short term, but have you calculated the long-term cost to the system of those children who don't learn to read and write in grade 1? Reading recovery supports tier 3 children in the short term, and many go on with their studies without requiring any more support. Other reading recovery children become more amenable to classroom instruction and can now make sense of the tasks and processes required of them. Without an intervention like reading recovery, long-term costs abound. Children who struggle to read and write most often require the support of special education teachers and educational assistants for the next 12 years. Maintaining their IEP adds additional cost, as does the time of an educational psychologist year after year. There are temporary and permanent exclusions and truancy, not to mention the cost of post-secondary literacy upgrade courses. These costs are far greater than the cost of, on average, 20 weeks of reading recovery lessons delivered one-on-one. Moreover, these costs do not account for the cost to a child's self-esteem, self-efficacy, and feelings of success and empowerment. Next slide. Aside from supporting the most vulnerable grade 1 learners in a school, the benefits of having reading recovery teacher on staff are substantial. Reading recovery teachers can offer diagnostic and treatment services in the early years. This means that the reading recovery teacher touches other children through their colleagues by offering instructional support and ideas for working with vulnerable learners in the classroom. It means that they work with tier 2 children in small groups in the other part of their FTE, which is often special education or classroom. It means they can offer parents advice for supporting their children at home. Moreover, reading recovery teachers also have access to expertise from teacher leaders and trainers locally and across Canada in the form of national and regional conferences, as well as professional learning events in their own school for all teachers. Both classroom and special education teachers, if asked, could speak to the support they've received over the years by having access to a reading recovery teacher on staff. Okay. Again, next one. Next one. Thanks, that's okay. So in conclusion, literacy for all is a pillar of BC curriculum, but without specific intervention, literacy will not be available to everyone. Equity means some children need more resources, time, money, and expertise for a little while to achieve the same goals as their peers. As a response to intervention, reading recovery teachers have the time and expertise to observe children, assess their learning needs, and design a series of specific lessons to support them as they untangle their confusions and regain their place on the learning continuum. It is often when reading recovery is working that districts don't believe they need it. Please don't let the most vulnerable learners down. You can change the trajectory of their lives by including an intervention like reading recovery in your district-wide literacy plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Worsfold, for coming and sharing so much information with us. We really appreciate it. Next up on our community presentations is Mr. William Reed. And if I've mispronounced that name, or you let me know.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I sure can. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. My name is Will Reed. I was born on Treaty 6 territory, and I have settler ancestry from Scotland and England. I have been a visitor on Coast Salish territory for 6 years.
Have we lost Will, or is it just me?
I've lost Will's connection on my side as well.
Oh, here. Are you back, Will?
Is my internet connect? Oh, shoot.
It's okay. You just, we lost you just after you spoke about your ancestry.
Okay.
Don't worry, it's not going to affect your time. And my internet was glitchy earlier as well, so it's just the Zoom life. We'll make it through together.
I've been a visitor on Coast Salish territory for 6 years, and I am currently a grade 12 student at Esquimalt High School. Thank you for the opportunity tonight to share my story and the impact that music has had on my life. I was born into a military family, and I have moved around a lot. I ended up here in Victoria at age 12. In Victoria, I didn't have any supports other than my parents, but mostly just my mom because my dad would go away on long deployments, roughly every other year. So he was gone a lot. Moving to a brand new place where I didn't know anyone left me feeling very alone. I joined Rock Heights' music program, and I moved here and was taught by Miss Kelly. Being part of that program exposed me to like-minded people, and after a couple of months, I started to develop friendships. Even though I was young, at the time, I had a bad anxiety disorder and ADHD, as well as an early development of depression. Because of these, it made it extremely hard to make friends. But the music program helped me come out of my shell, and I started to express myself. By joining the music program in middle school, I learned how to be myself, and it gave me an outlet for my negative thoughts. It also helped me find teachers and other supports that I desperately needed in that time of my life. In middle school, like a lot of kids, I started to question my sexuality. As a result, I developed a deep sense of self-loathing for who I was. But it was in participating in the music program where I could forget about how much I hated myself. It was through music in the community that surrounds music that I learned to accept myself, and I eventually came out as gay in grade 10. My story is not unique. I have many friends whose lives would be very different without music programs. Music programs are not clubs, they're not exploratory classes. Elementary strings, island ukuleles, and middle school music programs are where us kids can be part of a non-competitive team. They are cared for and nurtured by highly trained teachers and have to know all the instruments and vocal techniques for us to be successful. They need to know when to introduce a new fingering, a new bowing, and they have to assess when the group is ready to learn SATB harmony, and so much more. They know all the kids' names in all of their ensembles and are a constant connection during all the changes that come with middle school and beyond. Middle school can be rough. Isn't it your goal for all kids to feel connected to school in a way that music programs like these already do? You may have noticed the way I introduced myself tonight. It's not perfect, but it's a reflection of what I've learned so far about the place I'm privileged to live. I learned this through music, and specifically through the drumming in my band class with my music teachers and Sarah Rude. By learning the gifted songs from the 3 island nations, I got to learn about protocol, about local cultures, and it even inspired me to reflect on my own connection to colonization. Drumming was an authentic path to becoming more culturally aware, above and beyond the lessons taught about residential schools and reconciliation taught in history classes. Trying to graduate during a pandemic has really been challenging. Mental health is a constant struggle for all kids, and it's at an all-time low. Whether they're strong students, just getting by, or somewhere in the middle. The built-in supports like music, food, and counseling keeps us coming to school and staying connected during this uncertain time. I ask with respect, why is the district proposing cutting the very programs that strongly impact mental health? My peers and I are currently preparing to record the musical The Theory of Relativity. This show is a story about how we are impacted by those who came before us, walked beside us, and how we can impact those to come after us. It is about the interconnectedness of humanity. As a grad, it is tradition at my school that the graduating class present a gift as a way of saying thank you. The gift is a small way of leaving our legacy. My question to you is, what do you want your impact to be? What will be your legacy? Will you take away the elementary strings, island ukuleles, and middle school music program Victoria kids? Will you cut EAs, food programs, counselors, and the gifted programs that support my school's population? Will you cut the programs and staff members who support the mental and physical well-being of the students you say you're trying to protect? I honestly don't know where I would be today if I didn't join the music program. I know you have tough decisions to make, and I hope you will do your best to make these decisions in a good way and think about what those cuts will take away from kids. I implore the trustees, the future of the kids in SD61 are in your hands. Thank you for listening.
Wow, Will, it is a privilege and an honor to listen to you tonight. Thank you so much for sharing with us. And I just want to raise my hands to your vulnerability and sharing from the heart the way you did. Really, it touched me, and I'm sure it touched all of us. And what a credit you are to your teachers, who I'm sure are very proud of you and the way that you've integrated so many learnings and then come here. You know, it takes a lot of courage to come and present. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Sorry, Robin, that's a tough act to follow. And full disclosure, Robin was my son's reading recovery teacher. So just putting that out there.
I saw a fox there for a minute and wanted to say hi. I'm just going to share my screen, so bear with me while I sort that out.
Zoom is all about bearing with each other.
Hopefully you can see that.
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh, I have to click share. Step 2.
Yes, we can see it. Thank
Great.
you, Robin. Take it away.
Thanks, everybody. And I couldn't start without acknowledging you, Will, for that presentation. That was really powerful and really moving. And as a former band kid, really struck at my heart as well. So I thank you for capturing the breadth of what we're looking at tonight. Hi, everybody. My name is Robin. I'm here as a reading recovery teacher. And I'm here because I'm worried that the district is looking at abandoning reading recovery in order to save just about $73,000. We've had reading recovery in SD61 for almost 25 years. It is consistently supported and recommended by school staffs because it's effective. We see the results firsthand, and the academic research reflects our anecdotal experience. Last January, the trustees asked the Equity Committee to make recommendations for making reading recovery available to all of our elementary schools. I was excited, and I happened to be on that committee, but unfortunately, we were never given the opportunity to make that recommendation. But in this February, the board carried a motion committing to an investment in literacy, specifically including reading recovery. So I think you can imagine our shock when less than 3 months later, here we are with senior admin proposing cutting reading recovery entirely. Reading recovery is just one layer in what needs to be a system-wide strategy for literacy. In this response to intervention model, tier 1 is the universal core classroom instruction. Most students are successful in tier 1, and they don't need tier 2 or tier 3 supports. But equity requires us to invest in those more intensive tiers in order to ensure that all students have a chance to succeed, hopefully before they have a chance to fail. Investment in reading recovery is known to result in savings, as fewer students will need those tier 2 and 3 interventions in the long term. There's tons of research about reading recovery. It's recognized as one of the most researched early literacy interventions, and I'm just going to touch on a couple of the major studies. The first one there is a 2016 meta-analysis of research from all of the nations using reading recovery from the late 70s to 2015, a lot of data. And they found that its overall effect places reading recovery in the top 10% of early literacy programs, clearly in, quote, the upper echelon among interventions targeted for beginning readers. Then those next 2 big studies are of the recent $45 million I3 grant to expand reading recovery implementation in the US. The scale-up grant resulted in direct benefits to tens of thousands of students and a whole lot of research. Thousands of control and treatment group students were studied. And the researchers found that reading recovery consistently had an impact that is large relative to the typical effect sizes we can find in educational evaluations. They described reading recovery as an effective intervention that can help reverse struggling students' trajectories of low literacy. That said, they stress that a program's effectiveness only matters to the extent that it can be scaled for widespread implementation. If an intervention works, but only one heroic teacher can do it, we can't count on it. So that takes me to this 2016 literature review that used reading recovery as a case example for scaling and sustaining an intervention. And I think this quote is timely. In every school district across the country, every year, initiatives are adopted with the goal of improving the literacy performance of young students. And just as frequently, these initiatives fail or quickly become passing fads. To avoid this, the study provides 3 conditions for a successful initiative. It needs to be well designed and clearly articulated. It needs to collect data on student progress, and it needs a structure to ensure that the design is maintained and implemented with consistency. The $73,000 commitment this district makes to the Reading Recovery Consortium is what ensures that these features exist in SD61. And so to close, I want to give you an idea of how that design looks behind the scenes, what supports those individual one-to-one lessons. Our students come to us because they haven't been successful in the classroom. It's Reading Recovery's clear design and intensive in-service and the support network that helps a regular classroom teacher like me become a literacy expert who can accelerate these students' learning. Reading Recovery works because of its job embedded in service. And it's this design and structure that we will lose if that $73,000 is cut from the budget. So far, I haven't seen any evidence of a plan for a successful district-wide literacy strategy in September. And that's just not fair to next year's young readers and writers. So until you see a proposal in front of you that meets those three conditions, I hope you will maintain our ability to continue to serve students in reading recovery. Just as a closing piece, I know that reading recovery teachers and teacher leaders would desperately love to be consulted, to be asked what works and what could work in SD61 to ensure the best possible outcomes for all of our students. And don't worry, I will email you the research articles and my speaking notes because I know that was a bit of a Robin's rant. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
I was actually very articulate, Robin, not at all a Robin's rant. Thank you very, very much for sharing all that information with us. And I know we do appreciate if you're able to forward along those resources because it's a lot to take in, but certainly really appreciate you taking the time to lay it all out for us. So thank you. That thus concludes our community presentations for tonight. I'm just noting that we're about an hour and 20 minutes in. I'm wondering if we want to take a 5-minute break. Trustee Painter?
Yeah, I'd move that we take a 5-minute break.
Trustee Henser, are you seconding? Okay, thank you so much. 5 minutes, so let's rejoin at 8:56. Just give everybody a chance to freshen their water, stretch their legs. Thank you so much.
We had a first and second and no vote. That was weird.
You're right. Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry. I really have to go to the bathroom. It's what's happening there. But all those in favor, before I run off to the ladies' room. Okay, thank you so much. That is 5 of us in favor. I apologize, Trustee McNally. You're right. 8:56. Okay, it's 8:56. I'll just wait till I see some faces pop back. Thanks, everyone. It even allowed me to kiss some babies goodnight, so always feel restored after that. Oh, Trustee Whitaker, I don't want to start without you.
No, I'm here. My back is really sore today, you guys, so I keep standing up. So
Okay.
sorry. I am here.
Nope, that's totally fine. I just didn't want to start without you. Okay, so we're at B on our agenda. So there's 3 items of correspondence there, one of which is fairly voluminous. I don't know if there's any questions or comments, Trustee Ryan Painter.
I'm okay, thank you.
Great. Seeing none, I will move on. Certainly, I will just comment. I know everybody is working their way through all the submissions that we're receiving. So it's great to have them all in one spot there, but they are coming in and we'll continue to collate them. Trustee McNally?
Thank you. Yes, just following from that, Chair, I just want to thank everybody who's taken the time to write to us. It is voluminous, to say the least, but with gratitude, I really appreciate everybody who's taken the time to write.
Absolutely, and I know that we all share that same gratitude. So thank you for expressing that, Trustee McNally. Under trustee reports, the chair's report is there for your review. I've just done my regular thing of highlighting all my various activities on behalf of the board and the committee work. I also provided sort of an update on the BCSTA AGM, which was just really impressively run given it's a virtual conference. I also had the pleasure of marking 77 student essays, which took way longer than I was anticipating and brought me right back to grad school, but really exciting to hear about the people that graduating students are looking up to, because the topic was around digital citizenship, so that was really fun. And then some professional development activities in the books I'm reading. I don't know if anybody has any questions. Trustee Painter?
And to begin with, Chair, I recognize this might not be the perfect forum, but just to raise the point that this morning on CBC, the minister indicated that she had been reaching out to you, and I was just wondering if the board can anticipate getting an update on the conversation and whether it has any impact on our deliberations with the budget.
The only meeting I've had with her, I've already provided an update to the board on, and certainly any future ones I will as well. It looks like we're hopefully scheduling something for the end of this week, but at this point, nothing's been firmed up. So I don't have anything to report. I heard the news today and was just as surprised as you, I'm sure.
Thank you, Chair.
But I will keep you all apprised. Absolutely. And I also want to recognize it was Administrative Professionals Day. Is that what it's called? We have so many hardworking admin support in our district, and certainly at the board office, that are supporting us directly as trustees. So just want to recognize that and express our gratitude to Vicky and Nita and everybody who's sort of keeping us all together. So thank you so much for your work. It's so incredibly valuable. With regard to the, I did have a recommendation that I wanted to share with the board under chair's report, and I regret that the actual motion did not make it onto the agenda. Sometimes that happens, but it does sort of tee off of Trustee Rob Painter's question around communicating with the ministry. And I wanted to recommend that we as a board invite our MLAs. So we have Minister Lana Popham, Minister Rob Fleming, Minister Mitzi Dean, Minister Murray Harris, and Parliamentary Secretary Grace Lohr. We have an embarrassment of riches when it comes to an MLAs in Victoria. And so I was thinking that it would be wise for us to reach out to them and offer to provide them a briefing on our budget, both to share information and also as an opportunity for some advocacy. So I wanted to put that out there to the board if folks think that's a good idea. The motion would essentially be that the board directs the chair to coordinate such meetings.
So
Trustee
moved.
Ryan Painter?
Yeah, I wanted to move that, and just with the amendment that Murray Rankin is the
Murray
minister.
Rankin. Thank you. I don't know what I said. I'm eating some chocolates. That's what happens at 9 o'clock. It's means the blood
Second that.
sugar. Thank you so much. Is there any discussion on the motion? Trustee McNally.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I can't believe I'm going to ask this because it sounds fairly foolish, but in another way, not. What do you hope to gain by having those people come to listen to us? What action do you hope for? Whose mind do you hope to change, and in what way? Why are we doing this?
I think we as a board, it's an opportunity to talk to folks with some power in government and to share with them what's happening. I know that our local MLAs are hearing from our community the same way that we are. And so certainly there is a lot of community pressure, and certainly as the elected board, it feels like the right thing that we should be doing is having that conversation. Giving them an opportunity to ask questions, give us an opportunity to clarify where the gaps are. Certainly, like we heard today, that apparently we're sitting on a surplus. I think it's important that we clarify. What do I hope from that is a greater understanding of the situation. And if indeed help is on the way, then perhaps we can learn more about that. Trustee Whitaker.
Thank you. I mean, always a nice idea to advocate. And I guess my challenge with this is I don't have enough information. Like, I don't even think we have enough information yet from our Secretary Treasurer what that final piece would be to advocate. So within your suggestion, what is your timeline on this? Like, and where does that put our current deliberations? Are you talking about doing this after we pass the budget or before?
Thank you for the question. Indeed, we are in the middle of a process. And so I think sharing the process would also be a part of the discussion. Perhaps Secretary Treasurer Morris could provide some context around timeline and intent.
Yeah, I think the timeline's really up to the board. I think what we've been hearing, and certainly on CBC this morning, is that we have a large surplus, and we will have again. I think that's something that we'd like to explain sooner than later, and will also help our community understand. In terms of the overall budget, it may be worth waiting a little longer, another week or so. But again, definitely the communication out there is a little bit, could use some clarification. And I think bringing the district's perspective to the conversation would really help, especially around surplus at this point.
So if the motion were to pass, I think we would reach out this week and plan something probably in the following week. Does that sound about accurate, Secretary Treasurer, to how you would imagine enacting this? Trustee Duncan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I suppose I, like Trustee Whitaker, while I support, initiatives that are going to help us to advocate, and especially for adequate funding or for the needs of our students, I'm just mindful of the fact that we have, as a board, have a lot of ground to cover still, and a lot of clarification that needs to come to the board about the financial situation that we're in and what the options are. And given the extent of the workload for both staff and the board, I would be concerned that this will take our staff and our board away from our sort of core work at a time when we are certainly very, very crunched for enough hours in the day to get us where we need to be by the 17th of May, which is our kind of our goal. So I'm wondering if there's a way to, advocate, but keep it quite high level. And, as the board gets clarity around our surplus and deficit and some options that are available to us outside of the draft that we received on the 13th of April, that maybe we ask our communications folks to maybe make a special effort to reach out to some of the MLAs in the community who are hearing from their constituents and want to be clear on what the situation is so that they can respond to concerns and provide them with some briefing materials. But I would hate us to spend too much time worrying about the politics of this. I want us as a board to be really focused on the work that we need to do in collaboration with our staff, and we really are running out of time. So that's what my perspective is on the proposal. But I've just heard it, so maybe if I had more time to think about it, I might think something else, but that's where I'm at the moment.
Thank you, Trustee Duncan. Trustee Ryan Painter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I appreciate the idea, which is why I moved to put it on the floor. And in terms of what my colleagues around the table have said, I appreciate all aspects of the deliberations. I think in terms of the political, or what was suggested as a political approach, that horse has left the barn. When we have ministers, whether it's a finance minister, whether it's the education minister on local radio talking about our district, that horse is already out. So it's now our turn to step up to the plate as leaders and advocate, not just on behalf of what we are hoping and aiming to achieve as a district, but to take the energy that parents in the district have provided us and take that forward to a higher level of government. And I think that that is an important aspect of the work that we do as a school district and as a board. So I think it's entirely appropriate, especially given not just ministers, but I know MLAs have certainly had emails that have gone out, things that have been said on social media, and some clarifications and some hopefully helpful approaches that we can provide as a Board of Education. And I think meeting is appropriate. And I think bringing voices together with that senior level of government, certainly several ministers at the cabinet, at the executive table, who can bring our concerns to the cabinet table. I would assume, and I would hope that that is what our district parents and communities and advocates who have been out on the street want us to do. So I am absolutely in support of this, and I appreciate the chair bringing it forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Trustee Painter. Trustee Leonard.
I listened to both interviews this morning with the minister, and I had heard a possibility that this motion might be coming forward tonight, and I wasn't crazy about it. But after hearing the minister speak today, I can't believe that a minister of education would speak about an $18 million surplus without talking with the school district about it, when we don't have an $18 million surplus. To have her or the MLAs that are locally understand the budget process and not to interfere with the budget process as much as they say they're not, they did this morning. I think having it to schedule a meeting with our local MLAs, even if we decide to cancel it, at least to get it on the books, because I think we may need it, would be, I think, a good thing at this point in time. We may cancel it if our numbers change and we do get some money that shows up. But I think the minister showed her lack of understanding of local school boards in her interviews today. And I think it behooves us to talk with our local MLAs to help them understand so that they can inform the minister.
Thank you. Seeing no more. Oh, Trustee Whitaker. I think you've actually already spoken once to this motion. Did you
Okay,
have
so
a
point of clarification. I'm just going to ask because I haven't heard the interview that you're all talking about. So I'm feeling in the dark. Can somebody send me a link or a time or whatever this was so I can catch up and hear what you're talking about?
Yeah, Lisa McPhail sends out all of the media hits, and those will all be rolled up for you in an email if it's not already in your inbox. Trustee Rob Painter.
Just wanted to make sure that I was actually explaining my perspective right now. I'm going to be voting against, not because I think it's a bad idea at all. I think it's a wonderful idea, but I think the timing is off, and I am concerned, as Trustee Duncan has mentioned, that it could very well redirect our staff in a direction that is not going to be supportive of the process moving forward. I feel there are still far too many unanswered questions about the situation we're in, how we got here, and what are our options for getting out of this situation. And I think that really needs to be our focus right now. Certainly, if those MLAs are interested, we could always send them the fact sheet or something like that. And there's plenty of details there that can, cover the bases. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got Superintendent Green, Trustee Hensa, and Ferris, and then we will have all spoken and we'll call the question.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted the trustees to be aware that the ministry has reached out to us to have an updated meeting on hopefully Friday around the conversation that was had today.
Trustee Hensa?
I've heard some concerns about staff time, and I'm wondering if the superintendent or secretary treasurer could quickly speak to what they see the staff time commitment would be on this.
Secretary treasurer?
Yeah, I think if we're meeting with ministry this Friday, we're getting a presentation together. I think again, I'll reiterate that, it can clearly explain what the deficit position is, where we're trying to balance, what the $18 million represents, how it is not there for 2021, and how we got here. So I think it's work that we will be doing anyway. Whether we do it sooner than later is of no consequence to us, I don't think, unless the superintendent has a further comment.
No, I agree. We obviously in our public presentations, we've already prepped a great deal of this because people do have questions and not everybody can understand the budget pieces that's on our website. So it's very helpful. And Kim and her team have been awesome at trying to clarify it because it's confusing for lots of people, especially looking at those numbers. So as we've moved ahead, we've added to those presentations to try and make them clearer. I think it's always wise for our local politicians and certainly our provincial ones as well to understand the depth of what we're going through, the process that this is. I know trustees have spent an awful lot of time understanding where we're trying to go and how the strategic plan plays in on this. Not that we don't value everything that we do, because we do, but ultimately we've relied on some budgetary pieces that live us outside our means, and our Secretary Treasurer has mentioned that. So for people to be clear that we aren't just doing a bunch of cuts, it's not a process that's what we are doing. We have a whole lot of information behind us. So I think understanding is a critical point, and we certainly want our folks around us to fully understand what it is you as trustees have in front of you to make a very big, important decision.
Trustee Ferris.
Thank you very much. I'm supporting the idea of the motion because over the years, every time we've had a deficit, we've had a minister of education come out and say that we actually have a surplus. And it speaks to the way you look at budgeting, whether I'm guessing that the minister is looking at school-based budgets, they're looking at capital budgets, they're looking at a variety of different things, which do not help us at all in our operations budget. Our operations budget does have a structural deficit. There's no question about that. And so I think there is a need for our local political supporters to know that. Thank you.
So recognizing that that motion hit the floor and debate began pretty quick, I just want to pause and make sure if any of our partners wanted to chime in before I call the vote. Ms. Carmichael?
Thank you, Chair. I think that caregivers in the district have been sending their concerns to their MLAs just as much as they've been sending it to our trustees. And we would like you to meet with them. I think every level of to our district. So we would support that.
Thank you. Any other takers? Vicky, are you able to put the motion up? Trustee Duncan's request, which is a good one. I do apologize. I slipped this in at the last minute and then didn't double check to make sure that it made it. But I did provide it to Vicky in advance. So hopefully we can share it, or I can at very least copy and paste it into the chat. Secretary Treasurer, are you able to support us?
Well, I'm not sure I have a copy.
I just posted it in the chat.
Thank you. I'll share that.
I do not see it in the chat.
No, me neither, Kim.
Sorry. You have to press enter.
So, and I'll read it out, that the board of SD61 direct the chair to invite our local MLAs, Minister Mitzi Dean, Minister Rob Fleming, Minister Lana Papa, Minister Murray Rankin, and Parliamentary Secretary Grace Lord to a briefing on the SD61 budget. And I'll call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? So McNally, Painter, and Duncan opposed. The motion carries. Thank you very much, trustees, for your work and your questions. Next up is the work plan, which is there for your information, forecasts what's happening as we move forward into May, which obviously the budget is looming large over everything, but we'll also be receiving our carbon neutral action report and the energy managers report. So we look forward to seeing some wonderful climate action coming forward to us. And as well, we'll be reviewing the draft annual 5-year capital plan. So that is coming forward in May. If nobody has any questions on that, we'll move to trustee reports. And it's Trustee Painter and then Trustee McNally.
Thank you, Chair. My report obviously is there for review. At our last board meeting, after I announced that I was resigning as chair of the audit committee, the question was asked as to why, and I've tried to put my rationale as clearly as possible there. And I'll leave it at that for people's review.
Thank you, Trustee Painter. Trustee McNally, your INEC report.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My INEC report is that there isn't one because the Indigenous Nations Education Council has determined that we, well, probably the non-settler members of that council need until June 21st to really get solid with the terms of reference that have been discussed for a very long time, but keep getting sidetracked by other issues. So I will have a report at some point late in June. Meanwhile, I'm keeping busy nearly finishing the amazing textbook. It's a text for like a grad school text on Indigenous education from our Department of Indigenous Education. It's it has Maori perspectives, U.S. Native perspectives, because that's what the term is there, and our Indigenous, well, Indigenous perspectives from Canada. It's deep, and very interesting. So yes, no report till late June. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, I'll turn to our board committee reports, starting with ed policy. Trustee Ryan Painter.
Thank you, Chair. You'll see our draft minutes from our April 6th, 2021 meeting. They are there for your review. They have not been adopted by the committee yet, and we have no motions for consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next up, Operations, Policy and Planning Committee.
Thank you.
Trustee Leonard.
Thank you. Your draft minutes from the April 12th meeting are attached or on the e-scribe for your reading for information. We have two recommended motions coming from the April 12th meeting, one for draft child care policy to send out to the community, and the other for the terms of reference for the George J. Naming Committee.
Okay, trustees, would you like to sever these and deal with them individually or move them together? Trustee Ryan Painter?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. I would like to sever, and as well, I need to register a pecuniary conflict of interest in the first motion, and so I will not be participating in that discussion. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. So let's begin with the draft childcare policy. And the motion coming from ops is that the board disseminate the draft childcare policy 1330 out for feedback. Is there any discussion from our partners before we move to debate? Seeing none. Trustees? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Trustee Duncan, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, sorry. I tried to wave my hands frantically as quickly as I could. Yes, yeah, Chair, I do. I just wanted to clarify. So at the end of the draft policy at 4.3, it refers to a child care handbook. And I'm just looking at that and I'm thinking about the ministerial order and some of the other aspects of that order that are not yet reflected in the draft policy. And I'm wondering if the intention is to have the other requirements of the order reflected in that childcare handbook that's referenced at 4.3. And if so, I'm wondering if it's wise for us to ensure that when we send the policy out for consultation with our partners and those affected by the proposed policy, that we also include a draft of the childcare handbook.
Secretary Treasurer or Superintendent?
I can take that one. We do have a draft, thanks to Marnie Vistis and Harwood. So we are able to attach that to the draft policy if that's the board's will.
Would you like me to move that, Chair?
Sure.
Right, so move an amendment. How would you like me to do that? As an amendment to the motion on the floor to include the child care handbook draft with the policy for consultation?
Secretary Treasurer, is that doable? Like, is it? Yeah, great. Trustee Painter, Rob Painter, were you seconding that? Yeah. Okay. Any speakers to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. So we're back to the main motion. Seeing no speakers, I'll call the question again. All those in favor? The amended motion, and that's unanimous. Less Trustee Painter, who I will text and let him know he can rejoin us.
Chair, might
Yes.
I request that that handbook be distributed to the board as well for review? Just to
You
keep up
may
on.
request that. Trustee Painter, come back. Okay, there you are. Next up is the George J. Naming Committee terms of reference. Do any of our speaker or any of our partners want to speak to that before it goes on the floor? Seeing none.
No, I probably shouldn't speak to it representing BC PAC.
Well, you could, you're here.
No, VC PAC hasn't quite voted on those terms of reference yet, so I don't feel comfortable speaking to that.
Fair
speaking to
enough.
it. And being a member of that committee. Yeah, and I'm also a member of the committee, so I probably.
Okay, just as well. Seeing no speakers, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the terms of reference as presented? All those all those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Trustee Rob Painter abstains and the motion carries. Great, now we're moving on to a bylaw 9360. Did any of our partners want to speak to this?
Chair, if I could just add that I abstained as well, along with Trustee Rob Painter on the last motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't believe my eyes, I guess. Secretary Treasurer, can you make sure that the minutes reflect that Trustee McNally did in fact abstain?
Yeah.
The revised bylaw 9360. Seeing no partner input.
Oh, I have some input. I read it today. It looks pretty good. The only concern that I would have is that meetings where business wasn't finished would go past 10:30, regardless of, we want to get our work done.
Thank you for
But it
that
looked
comment.
good to me. And
good. And that's great to hear because a lot of work has gone into this. And so I know Trustee McNally has some amendments that she wants to bring. So please, seeing no other hands, Trustee McNally, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. On Article 6, let us see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's the 6th star, the community presentations period, if everybody can see that. Numbers and times may be extended at the discretion of the chair. My amendment is strike at the discretion of the chair and replace it with by motion and majority of the board.
Diane, can you just tell us which document you're working off of? Because I have 3 here.
Yeah, I'm working on the draft proposed. There's a watermark on it that says draft proposed.
Thank you.
Is it the one with strikeouts?
So that's the First Amendment. Would you like to hear them all, Chair, or shall I just?
No, I think we need to do them one at a time. I'm getting the sense not everybody is entirely clear on where we're at. So do you mind just repeating that?
There can only be 3 speakers per issue. Number and time may be extended at the discretion of the chair. That's how it reads now. My amendment is strike at the discretion of the chair and replace it with by motion and majority of the board. My rationale is that leaving it to the discretion of the chair gives the chair too much power.
So if I can, I'll put Rob, go ahead, and then I'll put myself on the speakers list just to provide some information.
Just asking for some clarification. I'm wondering how that would work in practice. Certainly right now we have some challenges lining up people or giving them notice. It sounds like we would not, or we'd basically be amending the agenda and adding people on if the board so wished at the start of the meeting. Is that what I'm understanding is the process that's being proposed?
So if I may, what I understand this is that the chair is responsible for developing the agenda, and the agenda is always a proposal until it is adopted by the assembly. And so the chair in determining the presenters has some latitude to extend that. But when it comes to the board can change or adopt it's never the chair who unilaterally says anything. It's just that there's no way for us, unless we're doing poll votes behind the scenes, to manage the speakers list for the agenda before it goes out, if that makes any sense. So in practice, I don't know how I would put it out to trustees, or how a chair of a standing committee would put it out to trustees to vary that for majority vote without it happening at the table, which is challenging for our speakers, because our speakers need to know if they're going to be speaking or not. I don't know if Secretary Treasurer Morris has anything to add on that in terms of our processes, or if I'm misreading. But...
Chair, I'll withdraw that amendment and just save everybody some time. I need to think it through more clearly, and we'll have a go at it maybe next year.
For sure. No, I appreciate that. And
I need to be more clear on how that process will work. So with the permission of the meeting, I'll withdraw that one.
Okay, let's move on to the next.
Okay, the next one is Article 8. Agenda items not concluded at the meeting will be placed on the next month's agenda and given priority before new business. I would like to add, if a special meeting is not called to address unfinished business. The way it's stated right now seems to preclude the possibility of 3 trustees calling a meeting to deal with unfinished business, and it does pile up.
Okay, do you have a seconder? Thank you, Trustee Rob Painter. Is there any speakers to this? Trustee Ryan Painter?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm intrigued by the proposal, and I certainly appreciate how that looks to try to lay out the process in a bit more refined manner. My question to Trustee McNally is, how does, not that codifying it is a bad thing, but how does putting that in here necessarily change what we already do? Because we already do call special meetings in the event that we need to go through business that we haven't previously. So I'm just wondering, I'm just curious. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd be happy to explain. When I read this sentence, agenda items not concluded at the meeting will be placed on the next month's agenda. To me, I read that as an instruction. That's how it will be. And so I would like to leave leeway, not that we always want to do this, but there could be an item that 3 trustees feel that a special meeting should be called to deal with it. So I would just like to add the opportunity if a special meeting is not called to address unfinished business.
I think Article 4 in theory covers that, but I like the amendment for adding clarity.
Let's see.
I don't know if there are any other speakers. Secretary Treasurer, are you good? Trustee Leonard.
I just wanted to say that it doesn't necessarily mean that 3 trustees are calling a meeting. The board chair has called a special meeting to deal with items from a previous meeting that we had recently that we did not finish. So it's not just about 3 trustees calling a meeting. If this is added in, it would be a special meeting called at the request of the chair to finish up agenda items, or the 3 trustees, either or.
Yes, if I may, Trustee Leonard, it doesn't say a special meeting called by 3 trustees. My amendment just says a special meeting is not called to address unfinished business. So point taken.
So just meaning that it either goes to the next regularly scheduled meeting, or it could be dealt with at a special, which is a thing that we have done in practice recently. So I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? All those opposed? Oh, Trustee Ferris, are you voting in favor? That makes it unanimous. Trustee McNally, I think your next 2 are about changing to use the word adopt.
They're just wordsmiths, and it would be nice, but I'm not going to, be
well,
late.
I wondered if you noticed that I said adopt the agenda earlier today.
I did.
So point well taken, and I think that's a fairly easy.
Yeah, easy fix. So
does anybody have an objection to changing adopt the agenda to approve the agenda, or approve the agenda to adopt to reflect Robert's rules? Okay, but let's just do that by consensus.
And then in 11A, I believe that's the last one. Oh, no, I have a couple more. 11A, acknowledgement of traditional territories. By the time we get to, let's see, presentations, of which first priority will be given to the public and community, followed by schools. That's a reversal of what we have standing in this proposed draft. So my rationale is that we are accountable to the public and the community, and we really should allow the public and community to present first, followed by schools. Not that schools aren't important, but of course they are. But that's my rationale for that change.
Trustee Leonard.
At this point, after being around for many years, I can't support this. When we've had small children come and present in the boardroom, especially, you want them to come in and present and go home, and either do their homework or go to bed. We've had very small children come and present. So if you looked at our agenda tonight, we didn't even start the agenda till 9 o'clock after we had our presenters through the public and the community. So I'm not in favor of making this change, so I can't support that. I'm sorry.
Point taken, Trustee Leonard, and with the permission of the meeting, I'll just withdraw that.
Okay, we didn't have a seconder anyway, so.
Moving on to the last two. Number 13, the board chair may reschedule any regularly scheduled general meeting. The board chair, I'd like to add, with approval of a majority of trustees, may reschedule. Again, just keeping the board involved and not having so many unilateral, or not any, if we can avoid it, unilateral decisions by the chair.
So would this, may I ask a point of clarification? Would this mean that if we had a holiday Monday, that we would need to circulate a poll vote to decide that it's going to be held on the Tuesday?
The board chair may reschedule any regularly scheduled general meeting. I think your example doesn't really fit here because we all know that we're not going to be meeting on a stat. It would be for some extraordinary reason. I can't, really think what it would be, but.
Okay, do you have a seconder?
No.
Trustee Rob Painter, Secretary Treasurer, did you have anything to add on this?
I don't. I think it's something we normally do anyway, just to make sure we have quorum. So I don't see the harm unless, yeah, you need quorum for a meeting anyway, and that's a majority, so.
Trustee Leonard?
So asking for quorum is different than asking for a vote. So a real, like a poll vote. So is this just the expectation here to send out generally for quorum, or is the expectation here to hold a poll vote? Approval to me suggests it's more of a formal thing than just seeking quorum.
Well, if I may clarify, it is. Rescheduling a meeting to me is a big deal, and I know that it wouldn't be done lightly, but still, I would like to see involvement from a majority of trustees to do that.
Do you see this in conflict with Article 4? Where the chair or the superintendent can call a special meeting?
No, because any three trustees can too. Perhaps I'm lacking clarity on this one, Chair, and it should be another one I should just drop. It looks like it's going to be, it'll happen in effect anyway because of the quorum issue. So I'll withdraw that one as well. That leads us to the last one. In Article 14, I would like to replace the chair may allow. I would like that to be replaced by trustees may participate. So it would read, in accordance with Section 67 of the School Act, trustees may participate in or attend a meeting of the board by telephone. The chair may allow just sounds so, I don't know quite what adjective to use here, but unnecessary.
Do you have a seconder? Trustee Whitaker? Does staff have any concerns around that? Secretary Treasurer?
I think the board may just want to be cautious. I know we don't have that issue here, very engaged board, but I have experienced, and I think other boards have experienced trustees who participate very little or for long period, or don't participate for long periods of time. And it may be something the board wants to be aware of when they deliberate this change.
If I may explain further, it says trustees may participate in or attend a meeting of the board by telephone or other means of communication and so on. It's not avoiding a meeting at all. And the School Act deals with being absent from board meetings with no excuse for 3 months in a row. So we've got that covered. This is simply, I hesitate to use the word patronizing because I'm just sort of over that word in terms of maybe overbearing. As far as the role of the chair goes, the chair may allow trustees. It just doesn't sit right with me.
Okay, I've got Trustee Ryan Painter and Trustee Duncan speaking to the motion.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. While folks were discussing, I pulled up Section 67 of the School Act to just have a quick look. And under Section 67, subsection 6, it says a board may allow trustees to participate in or attend a meeting of the board by telephone or other means of communication if all trustees and other persons participating in or attending the meeting are unable. So it does seem that Trustee McNally's amendment is in line with what is currently laid out in the School Act. So generally speaking, I think it's good.
Thank you, Trustee Duncan.
Yeah, I was just going to reiterate that the School Act actually not only allows it, but actually the wording is in line with Trustee McNally's motion, so I support it.
Secretary Treasurer, did I see you had something to add or consideration?
Yeah, so I'm not opposed. Well, what does it matter? I'm not debating. Just to be mindful of time frame, I think we brought Trustee Painter and Duncan on a phone call at the last minute the other night, and it was very poor quality. So I just wonder if there's some ability to have some notice if this is going to happen, just so we can do our best to make sure you can communicate with the board and they can communicate with whoever's electronic.
Could we, Chair, we do take things under advisement or, just generally accept that it's a good idea too. I would think that people wouldn't phone in at last minute unless it was something super extraordinary.
Trustee Duncan.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that I'm glad that the Secretary Treasurer raised that, because I was going to suggest that, in general, when we're meeting as a board and some of us are remoting in as such, that we want to maybe consider the fact that teleconference is proven time and time again, not only with trustees, but with our stakeholders, to be an adequate way to fully participate. And so maybe we can make this as sort of a little bit of a prompt for us to go, maybe we could use Zoom or other means to communicate with one another that provides more clarity about what's being said in the room and allows those remoting in to more fully contribute to the discussion. So just wanted to use it as an opportunity to say, hey, let's use Zoom or maybe something else other than the teleconference.
Trustee Whitaker.
Thanks. And I just wanted to speak to the Secretary Treasurer's comment, but the point to this was that there wouldn't be time. It would be extraordinary. This is because somebody's missed the ferry or the ferry got canceled, or there's some reason that we can't get here. It's not that we planned 2 days ago that we've got other plans at my dad's or some such thing as that. this is an extraordinary, we can't make it. So I just don't know that timing is something that this is about the fact that we don't have the ability to give notice.
True enough.
Okay, Trustee Ryan Painter, did you already?
I know I've already spoken, Chair. My apologies. I did have an amendment to the amendment, if you'll allow that, just to actually integrate what Trustee Whitaker has said, because I think it will help. But I could be wrong. In place or in addition to, in accordance with Section 67 of the School Act, trustees may, in extraordinary circumstances, would be my recommendation. So add in extraordinary circumstances after may. And that may help clean this up. I don't know if I'll put that to the floor.
Okay, I'm seeing hands go up, which is never a sign that you solved a problem. Trustee McNally?
Yeah, maybe rewording that article to put extraordinary up where Trustee Painter suggested it. It does occur, but it doesn't occur till quite late in the article. So if that was stated up there, may in extraordinary circumstances participate. And then, you could strike such attendance shall only be permitted where trustee participation is prevented by extraordinary circumstances, because that would be redundant then.
Trustee Whitaker, and then I think we need to just vote and move on, either leave it.
Yeah.
Leave it.
So I'm just going to, I guess, comment on what Trustee McNally has said, that it would be redundant. I do think it is in the motion. I mean, we can keep wordsmithing it, but the piece about it being extraordinary is in that last line. So I'm good with just sticking with the one amendment.
Trustee Ryan Painter, do you have a seconder?
I withdraw. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor?
I just have a clarification. What is the actual amendment now?
Okay, please read it out. This is Article 14. It's rather than saying the chair may allow trustees, it'll say trustees may participate.
Okay, thank you.
Correct?
That's all. Okay.
Is that correct, Diane?
That's cool.
Yes. Okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, so the amendment carries. So we're back to the main bylaw, which has already been read one time. So we're looking to read it a second and third time.
Chair, I did have one more amendment on that article.
Oh, sure.
And it was just to strike the last phrase "and can be accommodated by staff." If I hear, a good reason to keep that, I'll withdraw.
Secretary Treasurer?
Yeah, I think without a time frame in there, and I understand the extraordinary piece can be accommodated. It is difficult. I think, we certainly heard that from Rob, Trustee Painter, the other night. So with any quality or any sort of ability to interact, it may not be able to be accommodated in a very short time frame with any quality.
And I think, in that case where we had two trustees who, I think there was about an hour's notice, it ended up was staff cell phones that were used. It was not ideal, and there wasn't any other material in the boardroom to make it work. So I think this is essentially, is it actually possible? Do we have the pieces, right? Like if
I'll withdraw, Chair.
Zoom.
So we're good to go. There are no more amendments.
Thank you so much, Trustee McNally, for your close reading and providing lots of ideas. I appreciate it. All of everybody's work on this is helpful. Trustee Rob Painter.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of times, and perhaps I'm just not doing it right, but I've proposed including two motions that have been guiding us for some time now. The first from 2012 about recording votes. The second about staff making all efforts, or actually everyone, I think, making all efforts to have their presentations delivered as part of the agenda package as opposed to at the meeting. And I haven't seemed to have any success, and I'm not sure if that's because people don't want to see it or because I haven't moved a particular motion, and I'm just asking for some guidance from you.
It's definitely a good idea not to assume anybody's intentions. I think if you want something included within bylaw 9360, then you need to bring it as a motion. Otherwise, other motions on the books, they live and they exist, and as long as they're not in contradiction, then that carries on. So if you wanted to include amendments, we can consider that, but without an amendment, it's difficult for us to move forward. And I apologize if I dropped a ball around directing this. Certainly not my intention. Go ahead, Trustee Painter.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. And I apologize if it came across as suggesting intent. No, I clearly misstated if that's what was understood. So then I move that we add that all votes will be recorded and added to the minutes of the meetings. I believe that's sufficient for the first one.
And where would you like that included within the bylaw?
I am not particular about where it goes. It may be, I don't know if there's a better spot than another. Perhaps around 13.
Secretary Treasurer.
I think the second amendment goes with number 12, but just trying to find a spot for the voting. We don't speak to minutes. Do we speak to minutes?
I don't know that we do, which is why I wasn't sure if it actually fit in here.
Only in the approval of or only in the adoption of the agenda. So it might need to be its own item.
Okay, well, why don't we add an article? Is that okay, Trustee Painter?
Oh, absolutely, that I'm completely open.
I think this is just capturing our existing process, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Trustee Ryan Painter?
Just seconding that addition if that motion is being put on the floor by Trustee Painter.
It is.
Okay, it's a painter-painter duo. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of noting that we record the votes? All those opposed? Leonard and Farah, so the motion carries.
Can I just ask a point of clarification? So when, with that in this, would that be in camera minutes as well?
This is this bylaw is for general meetings of the board that are not, it's the public general meetings of the board. There's an in-camera bylaw as well. Correct, Secretary Treasurer?
I believe so.
I do not have many talents, but remembering our bylaws and policies is one. It'll be 90-60.
.90.360.1.
Yeah. Thank you. You're faster than I. So we could do that at another time, but right now we've got 9360 on the floor. I'm going to call the question. I just know I want to make sure we're relatively awake to do the budget stuff, because that really is super important, and I'm just concerned about.
I think you just did call the question.
Yeah. Okay. All those in favor of, hang on, I'll read the thing. that the Board of Education approved. Have we already done that first part? Now I'm just doing the second and third reading.
I think we need to add, I don't know, is Trustee Painter also adding the packet piece to number 12?
We have another amendment.
Well, this was just to round out the one other motion that we've had on the books for some time. I believe it can be added to 12, and very generally, perhaps trustees and staff will make best efforts to include all reports and presentations available for the agenda package.
Do you have a seconder? Okay, Trustee McNally, Secretary Treasurer.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay. I'll call the question, or Trustee Leonard.
I generally don't have a problem with this, but the way trustees throw stuff at staff, it's not always not possible. So I just want that to sit with everybody to make sure that we're not doing something that we can't fulfill, or that people are going to jump on later at another time. So I'm not going to be able to support this one, because I think our staff do a great job, but I'm not sure it's always possible given the amount of things that trustees throw at them.
I'll put myself on the speakers list, just knowing I don't think we've ever had a board meeting where a trustee hasn't added a trustee report at the call of the agenda. And I think we all experience how difficult it can be. And if we can't get our individual report, then it feels like a little bit of grace. That's nice that we have the motion on the books. So we do need to be able to consider it in advance. I just know that sometimes it's not possible. Like sometimes things are coming up. So I'm not going to support this, because I feel like we've got it on the books anyways. It doesn't need to be on the bylaw in a way that's going to just not necessarily be achievable all the time. Trustee Duncan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think that in the way that it's worded, really what it is a commitment to do our very best to do that. I don't think it's, something that, can be used as a way to chastise somebody because, the report wasn't available. But I think it's a really important sort of foundational commitment for us and our staff to be making. Because of course it's so core and supports the work of the board in such a significant way that I think it's useful to have it here, and as a reminder of that commitment to good governance and to having packet materials in advance so we can properly consider them. So I do support it, and thank Trustee Painter for raising it.
Great, thank you so much. I'll call the question. All those in favor of adding an article, or adding to 12? All those in favor? All those opposed? Trustee Whitaker, how did you vote?
In favor.
In favor. Okay, so the motion fails, the amendment fails, so we're back to the main. Secretary Treasurer, can you support me, and do I need to do both 1 and 2?
Can you just clarify the amendment failing?
What do you mean?
5-4 vote?
Yes, Trustee McNally, Painter, Whitaker, and Duncan voted in favor, and the balance voted opposed. Is that correct? Did I get anybody's votes wrong?
I think I caught Angie. Thank you.
Do I need to move both? That the board approve the revised bylaw 9360, and then we do the second time?
You just need to read the second reading and the third reading.
Okay, that revised, just as my computer is going to try update, so if I turn into a transformer, forgive me. That revised bylaw 9360 general meeting of the board be read a second time, the 26th day of April 2021, read a third time, passed and adopted the 26th day of April 2021. All those in favor?
Is there no discussion on the motion first?
Sure. I thought we just had discussion on the motion. That's what everybody's amendments were. That was the discussion. We've been at it for 50 minutes.
I just want to discuss the actual bylaw itself. And I know that we had previous discussions in camera, but for me, I think that we're doing a lot of work on governance, and I'm just want to put it out there that I think there's an opportunity for us not to look at our practices. And I realize that a lot of work has happened on this, but I know that we are in discussions of how we can do better governance in our meetings. So part of me really wants to table the motion until we've finished our work with Mike McKay and Teresa Razanoff. So I just
you
wanted
can move that motion if you'd like.
I will put it out there. I mean, if there's a seconder to move it, I'll go with it. But I just wanted to make that comment that I would prefer that we finished our work. So.
Okay, so everybody has spoken to this motion.
Was Trustee Whitaker making a motion and looking for a seconder? Because if that's the case,
she didn't make a motion, so I'm looking to see. I think she's asking the floor if they want to make a motion. So I'm looking to see if anybody wants to move a motion. Trustee Whitaker, am I incorrect?
I will move to table. If somebody seconds it, then we can play.
I'll second it.
Okay, debate on the motion to table this to when? Just to indefinitely?
Well, my thought was until after we finished our work, because we may want to completely revise this again. I appreciate all the work that we've done, but I also know that we are working with others to improve our governance, and this seems to be a strong area that they want to look at. So for me, I would say table to September till we've done that work.
I guess if I may put myself on the list, and then I've got Trustee Duncan and Leonard, that I'm confused with why we'd spend an hour of our time tonight amending this if we're going to table it to September. So I'm not going to support that, because I feel like we've put in a lot of work here and we need to move forward with this, and we can always open it up again in September. Trustee Leonard and then Duncan.
We've had this on the books since October, I think. So I'm excited to pass it tonight. And then again, as the chair has said, if we need to insert something or change one or two items because of our governance discussions, then we could bring it back and change one or two items. But this has been a full and thorough, like clause by clause, over and over going through it. I think we have the best item now that we've had in a long time. We've had lots of input, lots of amendments. So I just would like to get her done. And then if we want to bring it back and forth in the fall as a new item, that's fine.
Trustee Duncan and then Trustee Ryan Painter.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I don't think that certainly the work tonight that we've done has lost work in any way, shape, or form. And I think it's a thoughtful suggestion that we pause, given all of the work that we are doing around governance, and consider it afresh in the fall in light of all of the learning and growing and sort of fresh perspectives that we're getting. So I think it's a good idea to table it till September. And I think anytime we successfully as a board work through clause by clause in the way that we have around this bylaw, not just tonight, but at previous meetings, it's a positive thing. And I look forward to doing more of that together.
Trustee Ryan Painter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll be quick. We have done very good work on this bylaw, and I appreciate all of the amendments and changes that have been brought by Trustees McNally and Painter tonight. I think they have absolutely strengthened this. And I also appreciate what Trustee Whitaker is saying, that we're undergoing some important board governance work that may well want to be appended to this. I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time, certainly. And so I would be in favor of setting this down so we have that strong foundation and then growing and evolving this. It's a living document. It can absolutely change and adjust as we need to. So I don't think bringing it forward now precludes it from being readdressed in the future. Thank you.
I've got no one else on the speakers list, so I'm going to once again try and call the question. I'll read it again. We can do it in two parts. We'll do the.
We have to read the amendment or the deferral first.
Oh, right. So those are the two parts, and I'm going to do it in. No, I'm just kidding. I'm jumping around. I need a 5-minute break after this. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm not sure how we're going to make it through. All those in favor of tabling until September 2021? All those opposed to tabling bylaw 9360? All those abstaining from the vote? Trustee Rob Painter, can you let me know how you're voting?
I apologize. I am in favor of tabling.
Okay, so the motion fails and we're back to the reading. The revised bylaw 9360 general meeting of the board be read a second time the 26th day of April 2021. All those in favor? All those opposed? So I've got Trustee Painter and Whitaker opposed. Abstentions? I don't know what Trustee McNally nor Duncan have voted on this.
In favor.
In favor?
In favor.
Okay, so the motion carries with Whitaker and Painter opposed.
Can I ask who moved and seconded?
That was way back in the beginning. I think it was Trustee Leonard and Ryan Painter.
Correct.
Thank you.
And then do you want me to do the third reading?
Yes, please.
That revised bylaw 9360 general meeting of the board be read a third time, passed and adopted the 26th day of April 2021. All those in favor? Trustee Duncan? All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay. So Trustee Duncan, you are in favor on the first reading or the second reading and opposed on the third reading? Just making sure I got this right.
Correct. Would you like me to explain my vote, Chair?
No, that's totally fine. I just want to make sure.
I just would like us to pause. And so a third reading gives us a chance to come and review it again afresh.
Thank you for sharing. I appreciate that. So now I'd like to prioritize our agenda, given that we are at 10 past 10. Looking at I personally want to make sure that we do E2D as freshly as possible. So I'm wondering, with the consent of the board, if we could move that up the agenda. I'm also wondering if we could take a 2-minute break before then. Like 2 minutes just to go get some water. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Okay, that's a lot of mover seconder. Thank you, Trustee Duncan and Ryan Painter. All those in favor of a 2-minute break? 10.
Before you leave, what did we move? Up?
We said that we're going to take a 2-minute break. We're going to move. We haven't moved the Secretary Treasurer's report. We need to move up E2D and E2B. Both are action items that we need to do tonight.
Thank you.
So we'll be back at 10:20. Okay, I'll call us back to order. Nothing like a little bit of banana bread to help me through the final stretch.
I like your chocolate idea better.
Well, I went through that pretty quick.
Here, here.
Do you want a
Secretary,
motion to move stuff up in the agenda?
I think we can just do it by consent.
Sure.
Unless anybody has any concerns about that.
I think for me, I would just like, I think the motion is good because it helps in the minutes later to understand why it all moved around.
Sure. Would you like to move a motion that we move up E2B and E2D?
Sure.
We have a Secretary Treasurer.
Could we check with Associate Superintendent Roberts around the calendar, whether it needs to be done tonight or not?
I was just going to say that one has to go through tonight.
Okay, so what would you like me to do in terms of prioritizing this? I'm open to.
Chair, may I suggest that we just deal with the calendar? It's usually pretty non-contentious.
Famous last words.
Ah.
Okay, so didn't have a seconder on that. So let's just.
I'll put the calendar motion on the floor.
Second.
And the superintendent's report is just there for information. Is that?
Yeah.
We can do that tonight. Thank you. Do we have a seconder for the calendar? Thank you, Trustee Ferris. Do our partners, most importantly, have any concerns about the calendar for next year, other than Halloween is still not a Prody Day?
We were consulted beforehand, Chair, so we're good.
Yeah, I know, just making sure. Okay, seeing no speakers. Trustees, anything? All those in favor of approving the 2021-22 school year calendar? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much.
So just a point of clarification, are we not doing the superintendent's report? Is that what I just heard?
We can if you want, but I'm trying to prioritize the agenda because there's some items here that we need to get to as a priority. So the superintendent's report is there for information. If you want to discuss it, we can come back to that, but I'd like us to move through to E2B and E2D, and we can have a motion if that's going to make it easier for trustees, if you feel better. Thank you, Trustee McNally and Leonard. So
As
we'll
long as
just
we
move
come back to it, right? I do
Yeah,
have questions. Just don't want it to drop.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll do our very best. We're just going to come right back to the top of the list. So we would return to E1A. All those in favor of moving E2B and E2D up? Okay, and that's unanimous. Secretary Treasurer. You are muted.
Hi. Sorry. So this is in response to a question by Trustee Rob Painter. I believe he was asking me to follow up, or asked a follow-up question around an October 2020 Times Colonist article where the decision to not pursue this large stadium project based on committee work in the past. From my understanding, that decision was made pre-Caledonia or housing project, she said, meaning me. This is in the article. And so in way of explanation, when I asked our own capital staff about the stadium project, a staff decision
to not pursue the stadium project was made due to the inability of partners to meet fundraising targets, nor the ministry's non-funding of outdoor amenities. There was no funding available for the stadium project, therefore no capital plans were made to complete the stadium project, would be my response.
Trustee Rob Painter.
Thank you very much, Secretary Treasurer. My question was really focused on when were trustees advised of that decision. That was where I was aiming with that.
I don't know the answer to that question, given the time frame of the project.
Trustee Ferris.
Yeah, trustees have never been advised that it was a project that would be undertaken. The only communication that we had about the track was the Alumni Association coming to us and saying, would we support it if it happened? Which we did say, of course we would. But at no time were we ever informed that there was enough support for it to actually happen.
Trustee Painter.
Yeah, that's honestly not my recollection. The board approved in principle the project, and it had been on the books for as long as I was aware. Certainly when I was a representative at to the Vic High family of schools, I attended meetings discussing it. And as late as, I believe, 2018, the alumni were presenting plans for it, which were very favorably received. So at no time was there notice given, to my recollection, that the track was not going forward. And certainly I will admit to some surprise when I found out about the 8-meter right-of-way and the specific questions that were asked about whether this would have an impact on students' educational opportunities, which I took to include physical fitness. That was the rationale for my question.
So Trustee Painter, for me, it was when we approved the amenities package for Vic High. And so when that came forward to the board and we debated and voted on the amenities package, and it didn't have the track as a part of it because it didn't move to the top. So it wasn't a recommendation, but it was an option that we could have added at that time, but trustees didn't add that. We approved so for me, I'm not wanting to debate you. I'm just sharing with you that for me as a trustee, when I understood what amenities were going forward at Vic High was when we approved the amenities survey. And so that would be my understanding of it. I see Trustee Leonard and Trustee Duncan have their hands up, and I understand that there is some interest in this question, and it might be the type of thing where we're all going to have different recollections or have come to awareness at different times. And there may even be some like frustration and disagreement that I don't know that we're going to be able to resolve simply because we have different perspectives. What I'm concerned about is I don't want to go too far into this given the late hour, which makes for, not the most nuanced debate, and the fact that we have budget considerations that are very, very, very important to the future of the district. So I am just concerned that we're going to spend time debating a decision that is long past made. And I can respect that you had a different understanding than I did, and I hope that you can respect that some of us have a different recollection as well. And certainly, there was no hiding a project that there was no funding for. There's just no funding for it. I don't want to preclude Trustee Leonard and Trustee Duncan chiming in, but I wonder if we want to move forward to the next item. Like, are we going to resolve this, or are we going to be in conflict with each other?
My suggestion was this topic will probably come up at another meeting with correspondence that we're anticipating, so that we could defer this the rest of this conversation because the item on the agenda tonight was the Secretary Treasurer to respond to a Trustee Painter's question, which is the only item that she was going to respond to. It wasn't for the larger debate. So if I might suggest that this be moved to the next agenda where we have communication that we are anticipating to receive.
I appreciate that. Trustee Duncan, did you want to add anything or may we move forward?
Only that I think we need to have this conversation as a board at some point, and I think Trustee Leonard's suggestion is a constructive one, and it gives us some time and space to prepare for that. So thanks.
Okay, Secretary Treasurer.
E2D now?
Don't you think that's the highest priority at 1024?
Yep. Just clarifying. Okay, so first of all, I want to thank everybody for their engagement in budget. And I know there's been tremendous uptake in giving us feedback, and I think that's been great and overwhelming in some cases, but overwhelming in a good way. Staff's been working hard over the past few days and certainly over the weekend with staffing packups coming and going and different staffs being in on different days. So thank you to Julie and Katrina and crew, and some of the rest of us were in on the weekend as well. So the first thing I want to just update the board on the budget in terms of where we're at. So you'll notice that, or you will have noted that throughout the budget process, we've certainly said we're going to keep an eye on surplus projection and enrollment projection, and that's just what we've tried to do over the weekend. So in terms of surplus projection, our initial surplus projection was done in March when the funding review came in. We've since asked departments to do a further scrub of their budgets to uncover any further, we're a month along. We're about 2.5 months away from year end. And was there any ability to review their underspend to the end of the year? And they've done that and provided us with an additional $1.1 million in the unallocated surplus or underspends in budgets. This increased surplus results from unspent wages related to hiring lags. And I think I've given a pretty good explanation of that here. But it's when we actually budget for a certain number of hours per year, but we may not hire until October, or we may have not placed that person for a few weeks after the budgeted person hours were committed. And so I hope that makes sense. Inclusive education. So we hold a contingency for our designated students and other budget line items in the budget. And so inclusive education's come back with an underspend. Professional learning, especially in the area of collaboration times, come back with an underspend, as has pathways and partnerships in terms of some of the budget money that they will not require before year end. And so where does that leave us? I'm just putting in yellow the changes from the last time we looked at this chart, and we're adding a projected surplus and carry forward from April of 1.1 on the revenue side. We haven't decided where those expenditures might come from, or if the board wants to hold this in reserve. So right now the revenue is greater than expense, and available to spend or to hold is $1.1 million on the bottom right. In terms of an enrollment update, we also said that we would monitor enrollment between February, when we send in our enrollment to the ministry, and June, when we actually try to have people placed and off to work for the summer. So in terms of enrollment, and it's of note that we don't monitor secondary enrollment in the same way. That takes quite a bit more work, and the course selection and such tends to be happening throughout the spring. So it's very difficult to change that number throughout spring. And as always, we end up with what we end up with in terms of student enrollment in September, and a budget or a funding adjustment in December. So in terms of elementary and middle, which is a bit simpler to track, elementary Right now, as of the last enrollment poll was an increase of 245 and middle an increase of 108. We work on the premise, and this is a loose number, that for every student that comes to the district, they provide about 20% of that per pupil funding as discretionary, in such that it doesn't need an education assistant, it may not need a teacher, it might not need busing, etc. If this enrollment proves out in the next enrollment collection on May 11th, the additional students could add up to 550,000 in additional unallocated revenue. And so that's that 20%. So hopefully that makes sense in terms of most of the per pupil amount goes to staffing and supplies and things like that. But the 20% that we roughly estimate as discretionary could add 550,000. So that last staffing poll or that last enrollment poll doesn't really make a trend. And so we're waiting for May 11th to see if these numbers prove out before we commit the dollars. Public consultation feedback to date has been an overwhelming theme, obviously, is music supports, especially at middle. And another emerging theme is the reduction in education assistant hours for inclusion. So we wanted to give you a music options update. So in draft 3 of the budget, music reflects in blue the savings that are proposed in draft 3 of the budget, and in red the add back to middle school grade 8 band. That was draft 3 on April 13th. At the April 21st budget presentation, the following additional options were presented. Grade 8 core band, which is the add back of 2.4 FTE. Music exposure as an introductory exposure in grade 6 and 7. An exploratory like shops and art and foods and things like that. A combination with PE to help rotate through the regular day. And then we asked ourselves, what else could we do? We know other districts offer rich band programs, and what model could we use? Associate Superintendent Caldwell and middle school principals have been meeting over the past week and really working very hard to come up with solutions, and have determined some options for robust core middle school band delivered in a more efficient and economical way. So 2 options are for consideration here. And so I'm going to try to, yeah, it'll all fit on one page. So basically down the left-hand side, we have some explanations or some descriptors of the line items. Status quo column next is our current 2021 music model. And this has been in place in the district for a number of years, and we would probably say a decade or more, perhaps. Option 1 is in draft 3 of the budget. Option 2 is for the board's consideration, and option 3 is for the board's consideration. And so right now we do have band at 6, 7, 8. In draft 3 of the budget, we contemplate band at grade 8. And in options 2 and 3, we have found a solution, we think, for 6, 7, 8 in both. Do we treat music as an exploratory in status quo? No. In option 1, yes, for 6s and 7s. In option 2 and 3, no, we don't. What's our band rationale, or what does it look like? Status quo obviously is historical. In draft 3 of the budget right now, we have a 0.125 teacher FTE per 100 students, give or take some rounding. In option 2, we have 112 minutes per week, which is 2 times per week for each of 30 band students. So whatever the number of band students are, there would be 112 minutes per week staffed for that, plus 1 supplemental block per middle school for the principal and their staff to do with what they will in terms of music or other offerings in the fine arts area. And because of Lansdowne's band program and its overall enrollment, there'd be 1 extra supplemental block at Lansdowne. So for each middle school, 112 minutes per week per 30 band students, no limit on the number of students, plus 1 supplemental block, and Lansdowne the only one with an addition two supplemental blocks. Option 3 is exactly the same, except that the 112 minutes are per 40 band students. And so the class size gets a bit bigger here. And again, same, one supplemental block and one extra block for Lansdowne. Do any of these options provide strings at elementary, middle, or choir middle? Status quo does. None of the other options at this time do. District fine arts, status quo, yes. None of the other options contemplate this in the budget. Ukulele, status quo. The district ukulele is a yes, obviously, status quo. And for options 2 and 3, that is reinstated. What's new to options 2 and 3 is Indigenous Arts and Culture Facilitator, and centered specifically around drumming. We've heard the benefit of that. And so that's not status quo, not in draft 3, but it is new to options 2 and 3. And so the teacher FTE right now for middle school music is 13.4 or 13.78, let's say, FTE. In the draft 3 of the budget right now is 2.4 FTE. In option 2, we're proposing 6.6 FTE, which is roughly half of what we have now. And option 3 is 5.148. There are no TOC budgets in music right now, except in option 2 and 3, we would provide some release time. The cost status quo right now is 1.5 million. Option 3 is a $273,000 investment. Option 2 is $755,000 investment, and option 3 is a $591,000 investment. Given that we already have $273,000 in the draft 3 of the budget now, these options contemplate an additional $481,000 or $317,000. I think I've explained options 2 and 3. Just again, provide core band at grades 6, 7, 8, reinstate district ukulele, and add an Indigenous focus on drumming as part of music delivery district-wide in order to embed a culturally responsive strategy in addressing our strategic plan. So in summary, if in response to public consultation alone, the board may wish to consider directing staff to include additional funding to music or additional funding to education assistant wages and benefits. And this is possible because we've identified money that will be surplus at the end of the year. But I want to remind the board that any use of surplus exacerbates our dependence on surplus and does not address the structural deficit. In draft 3 of the budget, the only COVID contingency is slightly over $100,000. And that is something the board may wish to consider in terms of allocating or not allocating any monies that come available before June. We don't hold any operating reserves. Our board policy and regulation contemplate holding reserve up to 4.5% of the operating budget or $9.5 million. And I just really want to point out the shops here again. We know that we have multi-year plan for dust collection replacement. And right now we've put that off to the 5-year annual capital plan, but there's no guarantee that that will be approved under that plan. And if it is, and we do receive that funding under that plan, it will be at another priorities peril, whether it be roofing, boiler, or other climate upgrades, for example. So this is information that we said we would monitor throughout the budget process at every turn. And so we're here tonight to give you an update on surplus enrollment and hopefully provide some options around music that the board may want to think about.
Thank you so much, Secretary Treasurer, and for all of the staff across the system who spent time over the weekend shaking all the trees and looking at all the options to build up some suggestions for us to consider. My understanding for process as we're building towards a draft 4 of the budget in preparation to our May 17th debate, that we can take some action here. So my recommendation would be that we take the $482,000 option 2 and as presented, and we can move that over along with money for educational assistance. I know we're not getting as many letters, but those are awful important, and that the funds be allocated as presented. So that's a proposed motion boards could consider. And so that would roll up into the next draft, obviously. So it would allow staffing packages to go out with that, and so people can continue working on what are the impacts through the system. Secretary Treasurer, did I get that right in terms of how we can move forward if we want to?
Yes.
These two options.
Yes, this is what the budget consultation period is for, is to seek out that feedback and see where it makes sense to change the budget around. And so, yeah, the board is fully within its rights to change drafts as we go, and we build toward draft 4 on May 17th, like you said.
Winona.
Thank you, Chair. There's a couple of things I think the board should be aware of. First, music is offered at an exploratory at most of the middle schools, and many of our music teachers have that as part of their FTE. In fact, after receiving their access to needs notices, that's the only remainder of their FTE. Like the board to know that 37 teachers have received access to needs notices, and that there are only 24 positions to move those 37 teachers into. So you will be staffing. And then finally on that option 2 and opt the collective agreement, the class
Is Winona breaking up for anybody else?
Option. So, sorry?
Winona, you're breaking up. So I wonder if you can, I'm so sorry. It's just about halfway through. I just don't want us to miss the important information that you're sharing. You just turned into a bit of a robot there at the end.
Try again.
Yeah, we want to hear you.
I'm going to turn my camera off.
Okay.
Is that better?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. I've been having trouble with my internet all night. So for the option 2 and option 3, I think the board should be aware that you would be agreeing to put classes in violation of the collective agreement. We do have class size language, and band classes are included in that. And the class size limit is 29 students if there's a child with an IEP, but I can tell you every band class is going to have a child with an IEP in it. And so by moving that, I think you're creating a situation that will be difficult for teachers and for the union. And I think you probably caught the piece around the FTE and the layoffs. It's still bad, isn't it, the reception?
It is bad, but yes, we did catch that bit at the beginning about the numbers of teachers facing layoff.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Angela, did you want to add anything, or any of our other, I think Jeanette? Seeing that, I'll open it up to trustees, but just want to make sure that there's opportunities. I've got trustee Ryan Painter, and then trustee McNally, and then trustee Duncan.
Thank you, Chair. I may have misheard, but I believe there was a recommended motion that you were putting forward. So if there was, I wanted to put that on the floor and potentially move into some discussion around that. Yeah.
So to be clear, and I want to make sure that we get this right, but what I'm thinking is that the board directs staff to incorporate following allocations into draft 4 of the budget in preparation of the May 17th budget debate. So we're looking at least for me, especially hearing the contractual issues. It's option 2, so 482,000 to music, option 2 as presented. So that's middle school, grade 6, 7, 8 band, ukulele, and Indigenous drumming. And then $400,000 back to education assistant staffing, and further that the funds be allocated from the April 26, 2021 unallocated surplus update as presented. So that's
and yes, Chair, that's what I wanted to move if I could.
Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Trustee Hensa. And then I've got Superintendent. And then I'll go to McNally and Duncan.
Thank you. Colin, if you would just clarify those numbers so the trustees can have a good discussion without thinking that the numbers are not in order.
I'd just like to clarify that the staffing allocations, when we talk about a certain amount of minutes per week per 30 students or per 40 students, isn't meant to imply the number of students in class at any given time. It's a staffing allocation, and therefore it just provides a certain amount of teacher FTE to each of those respective schools, whereby then the principal and staff can determine how that FTE is allocated. So it's not meant to suggest that there will be either 30 or 40 students in a given class. That's just the means through which the funding would be allocated. And currently, I believe that we do have the 37 or 38 teachers who have received excess to needs layoff and excess to needs, and therefore are at risk of being laid off. But that does equate to 24 FTE or 25 FTE. So because some of those teachers aren't in full-time positions.
Trustee McNally, Duncan, and then Trustee Leonard.
Sorry, could I just get caught up on the motion that's on the floor?
So just going from the memo, it's option 2 for the music.
Can we get a copy of that memo into our inboxes?
The memo is the...
We got it at about 6 o'clock, and that's why I'm really reluctant to have any kind of a discussion around this under such abrupt circumstances.
Okay, I just found it. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm working on putting it in there.
Thank you, Chair. I did actually find it. It came in at 5:30. If anybody else is looking at it, I know there's a lot of emails to get through. It's missed.
Can I just get clarification on the motion?
Yeah, I'm putting it in.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, spacing is weird, but there it is in the chat. And we can certainly handle it one at a time if you prefer. I'm just jumping at the... So this isn't any decisions. This is as part of the process as we move forward, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's some concern about lack of options. Here are some options. What if we move forward with these? Oh, Rob Painter with the cat. Very fluffy cat. Go ahead if you, or are you just waving?
My
petting?
emotional support cat. No. No, I'd just like to be added to the speakers list when the opportunity occurs.
Where did you put this, Trustee Waters?
It's in the chat.
Okay.
You can also email it if that's easier.
Oh, I see it. Okay, thanks. Am I on the speakers list, Chair?
You are. I've got Trustee McNally. If you're done with the floor, then we can pass it to Trustee Duncan.
Done.
Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I wondered first if we could get some more clarification. So I am also quite uncomfortable with how quickly this is moving. So I appreciate that we want to take opportunities to make amendments to drafts in anticipation of the 17th. I'm wondering if doing that at this late hour when we haven't had a lot of time to consider the proposal is the best way really to do it. I'm got in the back of my head some of the questions I still we don't have answers to, and I'm wondering if we could start with an update from the Secretary Treasurer regarding the progress of her discussions with the ministry around the extent to which we have received all of that third year staff wage increase from the ministry in the operating grant. And so to me, if we're going to start throwing out options and redirect money, we need to have some pretty basic idea about what we're working with. And to me, that was a very, very key point that I would like to get some clarity on, because it's, we're talking about some significant amount of money. So if there is an update, I'd appreciate that. And then I've got some other questions I'd like to ask.
Secretary Treasurer?
That analysis is still underway, and we hope to have that ready by the end of the week.
And then the other thing that I wanted to get a sense of tonight was around the analysis of the surplus to date. So I appreciate that you're working hard to assess the surplus as we move forward to the end of the financial year. And I'm wondering, when I looked at some of the monthly updates that have been provided through our standing committee, one of the things I noticed was that there are quite a number of large line items where there were significant surpluses, as late as February, March of this year. And I'm wondering, when you're calculating the surplus that's available, are you calculating every single line item in the budget? So one that came to mind right away was the cell phone line item. And I think it's 400 and something of the very large budget that you deal with. But, we have an allocation of almost $1 million. And I think at the February, March update, we were maybe around 150,000 spent. And I know there's going to be a number of line items like that where you've got, you're just not spending the entire budget for whatever reason. And I'm just want to be clear to what extent that is rolled into your projections that you presented to us tonight of the surplus that is available.
So the surplus presented to you tonight is sending messaging to departments to say, have a look at your budgets and let us know if you want to update your underspend for the end of the year as compared to March. We are working on an in-depth analysis of the line by line surplus as well in preparation for any sort of ministry call that we get. So again, we're aiming for Friday on those.
And so
But
I
we
guess,
did look at those items in terms of that underspend, but in terms of line by line by line, I don't think that's available right now.
thank you, I appreciate that. So I guess what I'm getting at, and that's really helpful, thank you to the Secretary Treasurer for that further update. I suppose what I'm getting at is, you know, if it means that we have to convene as a board before the 17th of May, outside of our standing committee obligations, you know, I would strongly suggest that we do that. Our partners are just getting sight of this tonight. We've only had it, you know, at 5:30, and our staff are working as hard as they can to get this stuff to us. So I'm wondering if we can, you know, consider tabling this and then come together as a board with our stakeholders, even if it's in a few days' time, to properly consider where we're at, give our staff the opportunity to get in touch and clarify some of these outstanding points with the ministry, and then come back with maybe a larger package that's fully considers, you know, where we're at and what we've got available. I just don't want to see us do a piecemeal last minute kind of approach to this. So I don't know if there's any appetite for that possibility, but I'd be interested to hear from colleagues.
I've got Trustee Leonard and then Trustee Whitaker and Trustee McNally. We've already spoken to the motion.
I don't need to speak now. Thank you, Chair.
Trustee Whitaker.
Thank you. So I'm really excited that we're able to make some amendments to the budget, but I think like Trustee Duncan, I'm concerned that one, like I really haven't had that much. I've had some time to review this. And I guess what my concern is, especially when I look at the education assistant staffing at that 400,000, I don't want us to pass that 400,000 and then we don't touch it again. Because I'm more inclined to think that there should be more than the 400,000. So I guess that's my concern, is that we do this now and then we don't come back and we don't look at EAs again. Just because we found this bit, right? Like, what if there's more? I want more. So I mean, I'm happy to do this, but I want more.
Trustee Hensa, were you on the list?
Yes, please.
And then Ferris, Ryan Painter, Rob Painter, and Elaine Leonard. We're gonna have to have a motion to extend before we get there. But go ahead, Angie.
Do we need to do a motion to extend? Should we just do that now while we're talking about it, or do we need to wait until the last minute?
No, we could do that right now while you have the floor.
All right. While I have the floor, I will do a motion to extend.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor of extending beyond 11 p.m. And that's unanimous. And Trustee Hensa, you still have the floor.
Thank you. I'm a little bit, first of all, thank you, staff who, thank you to all of the public who's been writing in, advocating for all those programs that we love. And thank you to staff who've been working so hard to dig under the cushions for coins and find enough money to do band 6 and 7. My son's going into grade 6 next year, and that's great news. So that's something that I'm happy to support. I'm a bit confused by my colleagues who are saying they didn't have time to look at this, thing as how trustees were given this, had our first glance at this proposal on, I think, Thursday last week. All the meetings are starting to blend together. So I feel like I've had lots of time to digest this. I don't see that, I don't see that taking, that looking at this and accepting this and moving forward with this precludes looking at it again later. I think everybody's working really hard to find as much money as we can for all of these programs and support that's so important. So I'm really happy to support moving this forward and look forward to continuing to support whatever else is able to be moved forward between now and our meeting in May.
Thank you. Trustee Ferris?
Thank you. I'll be supporting the motion. However, I do have concerns. And one of my concerns is that we continue
to keep our eye on our structural deficit. I think that what people don't realize is that if we didn't have a structural deficit, then every time we actually found some extra money, we would be able to direct that money to the vulnerable population in our student population. And I think that would be a very valuable asset to the district. I realize that people don't have an appetite to do away with the structural deficit in one fell swoop. But nonetheless, we did totally postpone doing anything about it last year. And so while I do support this motion, and I'm pleased, I really do want to have music in all 3 of our middle school grades, no question about that in my mind. But at the same time, I really would like us to get to a position where when this extra little bit of money comes up every year, that we're actually able to use it effectively. Because in our strategic plan, we've identified that we want to support vulnerable learners. We want to support our Aboriginal population. And so I think we need to continue to keep that at the top of our mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Trustee Ferris, Trustee Ryan Painter, and then Rob Painter, and then Leonard.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I won't belabor the points that have already been made. I find myself agreeing very strongly with both Trustee Ferris and Trustee Whitaker. I agree that I want to see more funding for EAs in this. If we can do whatever amazing magic staff are doing, they are making it happen. And my hat's off to each and every one of the staff who are listening and who are not able to listen because of how late it is. This work could not be done if it wasn't for you. So huge kudos to everybody for even being able to get us to this point. I am happy to support it based on the fact that I have had days and hours of conversations with parents, with educators, students who have connected with me and chatted with me. EAs, it doesn't matter. Everybody has talked to me about the impacts of the music program and our need to address the value that this has to our community. And, to Trustee Ferris's point, and I'll wrap up very quickly here, I agree that we need to get our structural deficit down so that when we have funding, we can invest the way we need to, the way our framework for enhancing student learning shows us we need to be investing. And to those who may still be listening, please email your MLA and tell them, let's increase ed funding in BC, because we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rob Painter.
I don't want to be a curmudgeon. If it's somehow possible to have a premier and cabinet change a budget less than a month after they present a budget, well, let's go for it, but I'm not expecting it. I think we need to look very deeply within. And that's why, if we are going forward, I don't see why we would limit ourselves to a single option. I think we should be going forward, understanding what the implications are if we go for all of the options, rather than making a decision. I recognize it's not a decision, making a choice to put one option ahead of the other. I continue to be concerned that the information I've received indicates that the status quo FTE numbers are incorrect, and that will change the costs of the projects. It would be useful to actually have costing for example, Indigenous arts and culture facilitator, the drumming one, I thought it was quite minor, like perhaps $10,000 or something. So I would like to think that we're going to accommodate that regardless of whatever option we go forward with. I have concerns, and I will wait until Friday with bated breath to find out about the commitments in the budget to cover all collective agreement wage increases. I'd also like to find out whether or not that covers off all of the classroom enhancement funding that we've seen in the past. One of the factors that jumped out at me earlier on was about $1.5 million in remedy time. Now, I understand that remedy time can't even be calculated until we've gotten to the point of establishing classes for the year to come and then working forward from that. So is that somewhere in the budget being considered, or is it simply off the list until such time as we sort out what that is and then apply for support? I'm not quite sure how that works. I feel that the biggest thing right now is understanding how it is that over the course of this last year, we've sort of motored on as if there's been no change in direction. I'm used to getting stomped on at work and having money clawed back or frozen or whatever else in the course of the year because of changing budget situations. I would like to think that we're putting out direction to our departments and our schools to not only have a good look at where the potential surplus is, but that they're actively conserving on funding right now so that we reduce the net impact on us at the end of the year. Personally, I don't think we're in a position to really start moving motions or anything else. We understand that staff are going to be moving forward and doing some calculations based on these different options, but it doesn't make sense to me to prioritize one over the other at this point in time. We need to see how they all play out as we go forward, if we actually want to have options to choose from. So, thank you for that.
Trustee Leonard, I think you're the last one on the speakers list.
Thank you. So this is hard for me. We have a structural deficit. I support trying to move towards dealing with the structural deficit that we have, but I understand that any change is painful, and I understand that the staffing packages are going out now and the layoff notices are coming out now. So at this point in time, this is the process. These are the motions we move forward to move the process forward. So I will be supporting this motion to move this forward because this is what the process should be, that we then move forward with a next draft of the budget to bring forward to the next budget meeting, when the staff will then have a better idea of what the more accurate numbers are, because our timing is so different than our year end and the government's year end, our fiscal year end. But the layoff notices need to, if they're going to be rescinded because of motions that we put forward, this has to happen in a more timely manner than waiting any longer. So if I was going to vote for this at any point in time, I would vote for it now. And so I'm going to support the motion that's on the floor. Trustees can bring forward motions next week if they want to add other things or change other things or do whatever it is. But this is the process that happens during a budget process. Trustees have not been through this before, so they might not be aware that this is what we're supposed to be doing. So I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Trustee Duncan, do you have a point of privilege?
Point of clarification, if I may, Chair. Just through you to the secretary, treasurer, or superintendent, whoever can answer the question. I just wanted to clarify. I want to make sure I'm clear on when any kind of layoff notices would need to be sent out. I obviously don't want to be doing anything tonight that would affect our staff's ability to send notices in a timely fashion, and respecting that people want to know what's happening. So I wonder if just through you to either, if we get some clarification on when those notices would need to be sent out.
Superintendent or secretary treasurer?
Would you like to describe that process, please?
The collective agreement requires that layoff notices are provided to teachers by May 31st of a year, but with agreement of the teachers union with the GVTA, that can be extended by 5 days. And in this current year, the GVTA has agreed for us to do so. So our new deadline for layoff for teachers would be June the 4th.
Thank you very much.
Having said that, we do have the staffing packups out. And if trustees were to change and go with this motion and vote for this motion, then we would be amending the staffing packups in schools as we reorganize what they would have and available to them in staffing over the next couple of days.
Go ahead, Nicole.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I just want to clarify again, though, what if the board, I mean, because we're not voting, this is not the final package. So what are the ramifications again then of the board changing its mind on the 17th or before, if we meet before, you know, for our staff, if we're sending things out now? That might change, I guess, is my point. I just want to understand so that I'm fully aware of the impact of my vote one way or the other. Thanks.
Superintendent.
So I can speak a little bit too. So obviously this is a process, not a comfortable one for anybody. And we understand that, as does all staff. Nobody wants to be going through this, but it is a budgetary process that we're having to do. I appreciate the work that Kim's team has done to find, as we will continue to do, as unspent budgets, et cetera, come forward. I know that trustees have heard a great deal about music and have taken the feedback very much to heart and are looking at the big picture. And I think there's two things that are in play here. One of them is the big picture on what you believe about music programs and our district believes about music programs. And I think that's been a great conversation up until right here and now. Indeed, if we can add into a staffing backup and put that out there, at any given time through a budget process, you can put monies in and you can pull them away. Of course, that's not what you would want to be doing. That wouldn't be your priority. That's difficult. And that's why we went with a slim backup to start with, because we knew that as we go through this process, monies would be found on unspent budgets, et cetera. Gives you an opportunity to listen to the feedback and provide those pieces in there. And I have no doubt that we're going to get more feedback as we finish this process. So ultimately, we started slim in the hopes that we wouldn't have to take away, but you can. And so you have that process in front of you.
Trustee Duncan, did that answer your question?
I think what I come away with is, I don't know if it's correct or not, but that there's some flexibility, but I'm still not clear on to what extent how we vote tonight is going to affect staff, you know, because I guess what I'm trying to get at is I'm just concerned that, you know, we don't vote on a package tonight that has ramifications for staff when actually I think hopefully at the end of this week, we're going to have maybe found some more money and maybe be able to allocate more, right? So I just don't want to be doing anything that's going to have ramifications for people. I mean, it's pretty fundamental, right? When someone receives a notice, you know, of layoff. And so I just don't want us to be doing anything at this stage in our budgetary process that's going to have effects on people. before we're sure that we've identified all the money that we could reallocate to address some of these needs. So I guess I still am not clear on how our vote tonight, one way or the other, would affect staff and who gets notices, who doesn't, and how that might change. But it might just be me just not understanding. I don't know.
Superintendent or Secretary Treasurer, did you want to add any clarification, or shall I go to Trustee Leonard and then Whitaker?
No, I think Superintendent Green has captured it. Staffing backups have gone out very conservatively. If the board adds money back either through tonight or through May 17th, it will add staffing or take away staffing and reorgs. And but that is the normal process, I believe, and especially as we move through a new process with draft to draft to draft, but doesn't stop the board from changing again on May 17th, as you say, the package. But it allows you to set some intentions now and then consider them in the package on May 17th. So it would change the staffing, but the staffing might change on May 17th anyway.
Thank you. Trustee Leonard?
It would be unusual in a budget process if trustees voted for this motion now and then didn't support it at the budget on May the 17th. I would find that unusual because normally you'd be adding in more things. If the staff has found money for us, the theory would be that you're not going to lose money between now and then. So my only hope would be to add more money back into the process between now and May 17th. But I can't imagine that this, you're letting some staff know at this point in time that there's not as many layoffs. And if we get to do it again through the process, that's the good news. But I can't imagine that we would only be adding things back and not taking this away with this motion that's before us. So I think it's a positive motion for the end of the evening.
Trustee, is it just Trustee Whitaker and then Rob Painter.
Thanks. So I feel like I'm gonna, following everyone, beat this up a little bit more, but so maybe through the chair to the Secretary Treasurer, just to confirm, we've already sent out layoff notices, correct? No. Okay. I was under the, so that's the clarification I'm needing. I was under the understanding that we'd already sent out the packages and people were being told that they were going to be laid off. And so then this motion would then allow people to believe that they may get rehired. Like it's not going to say if they had received a notice or if they thought their job was on the line. It's not going to say specifically that they are safe, but that perhaps the position is safe. Is that what would go out? That there would be hope put into some of these people, but not identified who? Is that right?
Superintendent?
So the staffing backups, everybody gets what their staffing is in their school. They look to see what they currently had. They speak to where the staff needs to be distributed, and they look at their numbers. At this point, they are slimmer than what schools currently have. And so the discussion has gone around in schools on where they no longer have staffing, and those will be layoffs after a period of time. That's the discussion that's currently happening. If the board decides to put more money in, we would distribute that out both to all of the schools, and they would be re-looking at their staffing backups. And so at this point, to revisit that with extra staffing now included, especially into the middle school scenario, then they would be obviously looking at music and distributing it out to the teachers, and there would be less people that we're looking at a possible layoff.
So just to clarify, they would be told that though, shortly after we pass this?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, trustee Rob Painter, and then I believe we've gone through everybody twice.
Yes, thanks for that.
Which is good. It's fine.
So I sincerely do not want to be well, I'll skip that. I just want to ensure if this motion was to be passed, that tomorrow district administration would be advising schools that there is money for at least another 6 teachers at this point in time. Is that what I understand? That there would be action directly as a result of passing this motion at this point in time? Or is everything simply going to remain in flux until May at this stage?
If the board was to pass this motion, we would put this into action tomorrow morning.
Okay.
And to be clear, this is coming forward to us because now if we're going to do this, now it would be the good time to be folding it in as a part of the budget process. Secretary Treasurer?
I just want to clarify that option 2 doesn't add 6 teachers. It adds 6.6 minus the 2.4 that's already in. So it adds another 4.2. Just for clarification, because I think you said it added 6 point something.
Yes, so from option, our draft 3 budget, if this motion were to pass at draft 4, right?
Yeah.
That would be the difference of FTE. So small gains, but could be quite meaningful for our students and certainly the staffing for educational assistants, where my concern is also around retention. It's so important that we retain our fantastic EA staff. So I'm ready to vote. I'd like to call the question and I'll read it out just so that we all know what we're doing. So the motion is that the board directs staff to incorporate into the draft 4 of the budget music option 2, which is $482,000 as presented for middle schools, grade 6, 7, 8 band, ukulele, and Indigenous drumming, and education assistant staffing for the amount of $400,000, and that the funds be allocated from the April 26, 2021 unallocated surplus update as presented. All those in favor? And that looks to be unanimous. Wow, we got there. And I can see a kitty bum. Thanks, Angela. Okay, that's good news. It is 11:20. I'm just looking at the rest of our agenda. I know nobody wants anything to drop off, and nor do I. But I'm wondering if we can take the monthly reports from the Secretary Treasurers and move them forward to our next regular board meeting. Sundance Bank Street, Kim, can that just move forward to the next board meeting? Sure. And then if everybody's okay with that, then perhaps we could just move to G, which those are all there for information. And then at H, Trustee Painter, you've got your motion. You're at H2, Diane.
On that, hello, Chair. I would like to know under G, since it's 2 months overdue, when there will be some statement about my ongoing censure. When can I expect some information on that?
If you'd like to write and
March 1st to March 1st, and we're well past that now.
Okay, if you'd like to request.
I shouldn't have to request. This shows great disrespect to have to wait 2
Okay.
months extra.
Okay.
Well, what are you going to do about it, Chair? Can you call a special meeting? Do I have to wait another month to the end of the school year?
Trustee McNally, we've already invited you to a special in-camera meeting, and if you want to come to that meeting, I will book it right away with the highest priority.
No, write me a letter.
I did on behalf of the board, and if a trustee wants to bring another motion forward around that, we can, but we've had our back and forth communication, and I've got no updates on that right now.
Okay, well,
it's the will of the board.
With you. So expect a letter from my lawyer.
Great. We look forward to that. it would be great to be able to have a meeting and discuss it, certainly. Under new business, Trustee Painter. Penny in the jar, you're muted.
The one thing I have plenty of is pennies. I'll hit the high points. My rationale is provided in the agenda package. Essentially, I am concerned that
Do you have a seconder? Trustee McNally? Sorry, continue.
I am concerned at this point in time that we are continuing to move down the path of a single option with, potential minor alterations off that path, but without having a full understanding of what is going on in the district at large. What are the implications going to be going forward? I'm also struggling to understand how it appears from the reports we received that in a time when we knew that we were going to be facing reduced revenue and that we would be facing some sort of a budget crunch, that we nevertheless went forward with additional hiring in this year. So I have so many questions, and I am very concerned that the budget process, as it is laid out right now, where the working groups are simply detailed reviews of what is being presented, as opposed to giving us an explanation about what the other broad options are. I feel it's short-sighted and frankly is not in keeping with proper fiduciary responsibility. With that in mind, and I'll just say as an aside, it's been suggested that if I am liking stuff on social media, if I am supporting comments about band or EAs or other things on social media, that it suggests that I'm not moving forward with an open mind. And I have to say that I've had enough opportunity to look at this budget. It's hard to find a page on this budget proposal that does not harm students, and in many cases will bring harm to some of our most vulnerable students. I just do not acknowledge this as a viable way forward, and feel very strongly that we need to chart a different path. With that in mind, my recommended motion is that the Board of Education of Greater Victoria, School District 61, direct the superintendent to immediately schedule public meetings of the board to enable the board and district administration to collaboratively develop an annual budget based, as a starting point, on the 2021 budget allocations through the review of all district at the department level and school level allocations to include both proposed operating and special purpose funds. Specific points that the district department leads and school principals will be expected to submit reports in advance to the board on resource allocations and expenditures over the past 3 years, and any rationales they may have for proposed changes in resourcing that we should be considering in fiscal year 21-22. That meeting topics will be posted in advance to allow for public presentations specific to the agenda topics, and that the meeting schedules be coordinated to enable the review to be completed, budget proposal finalized, and board bylaw passed by May 17th, 2021. And with that, I yield the floor.
Secretary Treasurer, or sorry, Superintendent.
I would just like to speak to Trustee Painter's motion. I have never met a more open, transparent, and detailed Secretary Treasurer than the one we have. Having sat a lot of different audit committees, I know that there's been an openness to discuss any aspect of budgeting, and especially specific questions, and a detailed invitation has been put out over and over again for any confusion. The structure that the Secretary Treasurer has put in around budget consultation and budget transparency in every single meeting has been exceptionally detailed, wide open, transparent, and ready for any kind of consultation and questions. So I would just like to commend our Secretary Treasurer for the amazing job she's done. I don't think we could have a more open, detailed, transparent process than the one we have currently and all the things that have been provided. And I know that Trustee Painter and other trustees have been invited in numerous times to ask questions if they are confused at any step of the way. So I just have a couple of concerns with this motion, and certainly the process that we currently have. I don't believe it could be any more open and transparent than it currently is.
But Elaine and then Tom.
Just that we're in the middle of a process. We're less than a month away from finalizing our budget for this year. It's a difficult budget process, but again, most trustees around the table have not been through a budget process like this, so I understand their anxiety. But this is my 5th Secretary Treasurer, and Kim is by far the most detailed and transparent one that I have worked with. So I appreciate the information that she has provided to us. And if Trustee Painter, after this budget process is finished, would like to talk about a different kind of a budget process in the fall for the next year, I'm sure that we could tweak it, but there's no way that I could support a motion to change midstream now. Because it would just wreak havoc with the entire district. So I can't support this motion.
Tom and then Ryan.
Thank
you.
Thank you. No, I won't be supporting this motion. We approved a budget process a long time ago. I mean, normally a budget process begins when you pass the budget. You begin the process for the next year. This has been a very long process and a very good process. We're getting close to the end of it. In most years, we would have been finalizing our budget a week ago. So we've certainly given lots of time. And I would also like to point out that with all due respect, I respect the many questions that Trustee Painter asks over the course of the budget process. But I'd just like to point out that no one has asked more questions and gotten more replies than you have, Rob. You know, so and I mean, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that if you think that this isn't a transparent process, well, I refer to all the questions that you've asked. Thank you very much.
Trustee Ryan Painter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This whole last year has been challenging, and COVID has been challenging, and our students and teachers and EAs and staff, everything has been challenging. Challenging is putting it mildly. And I want to say, I agree wholeheartedly with our superintendent in that our Secretary Treasurer has provided us not just last year, but this year with an open and accessible process, not only ensuring that our stakeholders through last year when we did talking tables and these wonderful, amazing new opportunities to engage with our students and our community so we could hear what they wanted, but this year, bringing forward a process that even in COVID times is bringing people in. I can't tell you how many emails we've been getting. And someone told me today that the MLAs are getting twice as much. I I'm not sure about that, but in any event, I think we have been incredibly open and incredibly transparent. So I'm challenged by this because I certainly appreciate Trustee Painter's desire to receive answers from questions that he has, and absolutely legitimate ones. I'm not sure, maybe staying on the audit committee would have been a good move because he could have maintained his look at that in that capacity. I don't know, but I'm challenged to look at this motion as it is and the process that, as Trustee Ferris said, we adopted as a board. And doing a 180 at this point, to me, doesn't seem like following good process. And we want to follow good process. This is something that I've certainly heard other trustees around the board talk about. Following good process is important. This is good process. It is open, it is transparent, it is accountable, and it is, yeah, that's all I can say at 11:30. So thank you, Chair.
Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, so really what I wanted to say was that I think when we're going through a process like this, it is challenging. We've all said that a number of times, and we're hearing a lot from the public about their wish for direct supports to students to be preserved by this board. And they're looking to us to ensure that we have done our due diligence. We've asked the right questions. We've supported staff in bringing us information that we need to make a good judgment. And hopefully, my hope, and I know the hope of many of us around this table, is that we will find at the end of this process, one way or the other funds available in order to address the shortfalls where they exist. And so when I look at this motion, I understand that Trustee Painter is looking for a way to get the rest of the information that we need in order to make a decision as a board. And I know that our Secretary Treasurer has committed when that information is available to bring it to us so that we can have further discussions about what is available to us. I think, it is very hard to ask staff and the board to switch processes midstream when we're in the thick of it. What I would suggest is that we look at reviewing our process when we're all done and looking to improve where we can, and to consider the possibility that waiting until the 17th of May may well be too long, that maybe as a board we need to come together sooner in order to discuss the options and not wait. And that some of those things might address, I think, what Trustee Painter is wanting to achieve by bringing the motion forward, but in a slightly different manner. So I'm not able to support the motion tonight, although I do wholeheartedly support the intent. And I believe that the intent is really to work towards the best possible process, be as transparent as possible, have information in a timely fashion, make sure our stakeholders are included in a timely way. And I know that's the intention of all of us, but that doesn't mean that there isn't any room for improvement, because as we all know, there's always room to grow and to improve and to review. But I would suggest the time to really dig into what we can improve and do is maybe at another time, closer to the end or at the end of the process. But in the meantime, I'm hoping that we will have some more meetings to discuss things rather than waiting until the 17th.
Okay, thank you for all the speakers. I will call the question. All those, Rob, did you want to close? I have 4 minutes and 26 seconds before my government issued computer self-destructs.
Sorry, Chair, my opportunity to close.
I just offered you your opportunity. Please go ahead. I
Sorry.
will leave the meeting in 4 minutes and 26 seconds, though. I can't stop the computer from doing its thing.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Many pennies in the jar right now. First off, I do absolutely respect and appreciate the effort of the Secretary Treasurer, Associate Secretary Treasurer, and all of the staff to have provided as much detailed information as possible. To suggest that our staff has not been forthcoming with information is was not my intent, and if it was taken as a slight, I sincerely apologize for that. My concern is that we have addressed this entire budget process and the shortfalls on such a narrow scope that we have no idea what the other options are. We're looking primarily at one or two departments to make these significant hits, and it will have demonstrable impacts on our students and on our vulnerable students. My concerns are that without looking at the entire district budget, and I do understand what I'm saying, at the department level, understanding why we're spending the money that we are on individual departments and trying to find a way to reduce the impacts marginally across it, spread out the pain as opposed to focusing it on a couple areas, I think that we could be much better off delivering much more opportunities to our students. While I would say that staff have been very supportive in providing information, I have to admit I was blindsided by the budget package itself. The overall proposal in this one included elements that I had never imagined what I would see in a budget proposal, and not one where there are other options. And that is really what concerns me. So I'll leave it at that.
Angela, the debate has happened and Trustee Painter has closed. If you want
That's
to,
fair. I did have my hand up the whole time though.
I'm so sorry.
Because, you know, I don't want to go against your Robert's rules, but this budget and this process affects this whole district. And this is a large district, and we are the caregivers of the students in which we need a say in this. And I do want to tell you very quickly, regardless of it's on the floor or not, that BC PAC supports the motion because we are the caregivers of the students. And we want our say, and we want you to hear us. And it seems like Trustee Rob Painter is listening to us. So let's keep that in mind when we vote.
Just for your information, there will be, once we have the vote, if this doesn't carry, there's a whole feedback process around the budget, and we'll be looking to BC PAC to help support improving the budget process, whatever the outcome is. And it's super important to have that engagement at that point. So I'll call the question. I can't see everybody because I'm now on my phone, but I'll do my best to flip through. So all those in favor, and if you can hold your hand up until I have a chance to.
Two of us, Jordan, myself, and Trustee McNally.
Okay. All those opposed? And the motion fails. So we're down to notice of motions, and then we've just got our question period, which we can pop up to make sure that nobody's questions get lost. And then we're just carrying forward to motions. So McNally, please read out your motion.
Thank you. It's a notice of motion for ops. I'll just put it on here. That the Board of Education, School District 61, Greater Victoria, direct the chair to write to the Minister of Education, Jennifer Whiteside, on May 4th, requesting approval from the Minister for School District 61 to incur a deficit in budget for the 2021-2022 fiscal year as per BC School Act, Section 156(12). Also, a board must not, as part of 12, A board must not incur a deficit of any kind unless the board has the approval of the minister. So notice of motion.
Okay, thank you so much. Under question period, we received 3 questions. One was from Mr. Oppenheimer, and I think Kim has responded to it. One was Allison Hyatt. She's asking about reading recovery. It's a fairly detailed question. Great questions. And so we're going to forward that to the Secretary Treasurer and team to answer via the FAQ. And then Crystal Hammer asked about the gaps, and I assume this is in reference to my comments around meeting with our MLAs. And the gaps that I meant is our budget gaps, like the 7 million shortfall. So that is the gap that I meant. So thank you for the opportunity to clarify. That's it. This was a really long meeting, but very productive, and I really appreciated everybody's contribution.
Before you close, Trustee Waters or Chair, Mr. Oppenheimer's questions, will they be posted somewhere, or can we know what those were?
Secretary Treasurer?
Yes, he wanted to know the operating budget for the last 3 years, including 21-22. So I'll put that on the FAQ.
Excellent. Yes, I did hear that. I just wasn't sure if you had another one. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no, I can't actually see everybody, but if there's nobody else interjecting, I'm just going to call for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you, Trustee Painter, Trustee McNally, and have a good night. Sleep well. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Chair.